Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I talk about politics with strangers on TikTok Live. And I promise so very soon a phone number. As people who watch every day know, we do have everything set up to get phone numbers piped through without getting this account banned for whatever people say in the phone number. We're having lots of trouble getting our dummy accounts that we're going to pass the phone number through, getting them live privileges. It's going poorly. So anyway, working on it. Otherwise, what else do I say at the beginning of the show? Yes, if you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, you'll find a pinned comment below that'll tell you where the call starts, where the first oppositional call starts, as well as some more comprehensive timestamps in the description below, if that's the sort of thing you're looking into. If you just want to jump around and pick your favorite topics, pick your favorite callers, all that sort of nonsense. Ooh, let's turn that down. Always forget to mute everything before we start the show. Okay, let's get the multi-guest request queue open. Because maybe today will be one of those rare, beautiful days where we start the show like really quickly with a caller who's like, hey, I support Trump. What? He did what now? I've never heard of that before. Oh my God. I can't support a president who does that sort of thing. It has been a long time since I've had one such call. Gonna get the backup accounts in the corner. Make sure you're following those over on TikTok. We're gonna have Jessie in the producer's chair, but she's gonna catch a... Ooh, let's turn that off. Mute. There we go. We're gonna have Jessie in the producer's chair today. Raven was supposed to be in today. Generally, Thursdays are gonna be Raven's day, but Raven's under the weather, so feel better, Raven, if you're listening at home. And Jessie was up late, as she often is, because, you know, we artists out here. So, you know, sometimes I'm the only one who has to be here at 10 o'clock every single day, and I do that to myself, so I'm not gonna do that to my employees. Let's see. Where is that multi-guest request queue? Nope, nobody in there yet. News? All right. It's Thursday, which means tomorrow I'm going to have a normal show. Saturday's not going to be normal. Saturday's when Jake Lang is coming to Minneapolis for his N-word march. That's what he's calling it. That's what the flyer says. Completely uncensored, obviously. The whole, you know, according to them, the whole purpose of this thing is free speech. Like, we want to, like, they want to go yell the N-word. Matt Smith is asking in the TikTok chat if I will be live streaming on YouTube. Yes, I will. I'm bringing the staff and some additional buddies as kind of like my entourage. We're going to have some safety plans and stuff just to make sure nobody makes any stupid mistakes, at least from my group, because that's what Jake Lang is there to cause. He wants people to assault him. He wants people to cross the line. And I've said before that I think I wish nobody would show up. I think that's probably the best approach, but because that's simply not what's going to happen, I think it's better that lots of people show up than few people show up. So because some people are going to show up, we feel a little bit of an obligation to make sure that there are more counter protesters than literal Nazis on the streets of Minneapolis on Saturday. So that'll be noon in Central Time on Saturday. The streams and content might start getting posted before that. Because I'm going to meet up with some people in the morning, and we're going to try to get there. And, you know, there's a lot of different ways that it could go. There's a... let's see. Lilith's Revenge is platforming Justin the transphobe as we speak. Which Justin? Justin Howard? Justin Howard the coward? I don't care about that. There's a lot of ways that Saturday can go. I don't want... Ideally, people from either side, I think, won't lay a finger on each other, but I don't think that that's very likely. So we have to consider all the various contingencies with that, and how we're going to handle it as a group, and how we're going to handle it as, to some degree, journalists, because I am there trying to film, but I'm also a protester, and I will be there hoping to scream louder than Jake Lang. I haven't had a good opportunity to yell in his face, or like, you know, near enough that I have his attention, but that's kind of my protest superpower. I'm a very loud yeller. I'm like a country singer, so it's like a skill I have, and it's one of the things that served me well in Metro Surge, is that during these chaotic events where there's lots of whistles and like ammunition going off and stuff like that, like I can yell and cut through and like make these ICE agents like make eye contact with me. So, you know, I'm going to try to do some clowning on Jake Lang to make him feel small. But, you know, they're going to call that violent. They're going to say me yelling is violent. Look at Oskar Quentin being so violent, yelling, because the government defines yelling as violent now, apparently. You know, the right likes to define property damage as violence. They don't really understand what violence is. I see the chats talking about Screech. I'm aware of, oh, Dad, Bod, get back here. What are you doing? I was about to click on your name. Yeah, I heard that, we've had Screechmeister's a regular caller who we've seen make lots of steps forward, and my Discord informed me that he made a step backwards on somebody else's live, which is a fucking shame. I'm disappointed in him. But I'm just gonna for everybody very curious in the chat. He basically went back on saying that while he agrees that Dean didn't do it, these shitty just like AI generated bullshit allegations that are floating around about Dean, he said on somebody's live that Dean like had it coming for being like shitty or whatever. And I think a lot of what's going on with Screechmeister and Dean is that like I think Screechmeister's 55 or something like that, and I think you'd be hard pressed to put a 55-year-old like deconstructing chud in a room with any 21-year-old and having them like see eye to eye. And I think that Screechmeister's problem is that he's using his opinion about Dean to affect what he thinks Dean deserves, which is not like I can say in my opinion somebody deserves something, but I wouldn't say that because of my negative opinion of somebody, because I don't like their demeanor, because I don't like their attitude, therefore I think that they should have like doxing or like swatting or like false allegations, like these sorts of things, like those are weapons that I just like I don't think it's appropriate to use those on somebody where the issue that you take with them is free speech. So it gets like blurry around things like hate speech and stuff like that, but like I'm gonna wag my fucking finger at Screechmeister. Don't worry, I'm very mad at him about what he said, and I don't think it was recorded. If anybody does have that recorded, send it to me on my Discord. But I do trust the parties that said like wisely what he said. So we'll try to navigate that in good faith. Because I as mad about it as I am, he wished death on somebody in my chat, and we forgave him for that. I forgave him for that. Everybody has to make their own decision on forgiving him for that. But he basically just said eat shit and die, which isn't like, it's not like a serious, like actual death threat. I can file that one under that's an idiom. Eat shit and die, I don't think is a clear and direct threat. I think it's just a mean thing to say if you speak English. So anyway, we're gonna somebody has no defense for the things he said, and I don't think I want to defend the things he said. I think I want to make him into a person that doesn't say those things. I think that's where people get mixed up about my approach to these type of jerks, because like, it's just I guess I will defend the eat shit and die thing. I just don't think that like, the guy who's like saying that he's going to come to my house and throw cherry bombs at me, like that guy, while they don't feel very serious, like he's not taking it very seriously. Like he is making a clear and direct threat. Like his whole point is like, I want to say this thing about your safety. I just don't believe that in good faith, if I'm not to be disingenuous, as I don't like my guests to be, I just don't think that Screechmeister actually was wishing harm when he said that particular thing. But I think some of the other things he said have been indications of him wishing harm. Anyway, we'll talk about it with him some other time. I'm not going to give him more airtime now. We're going to talk to Christian Garcia, and we're going to see if they are a Trump supporter who wants to talk about some stuff that's going on in the country. How old are you?
18.
You got a little bit of background noise. Is there like a TV playing or something?
No, I'm at work.
Can you get away from the background noise?
I cannot. I can debate a different time.
Yeah, I'm going to have you call back in a different time. It's no good for the show if we got background noise. Benjamin Botticini was in the chat a second ago, was in the request queue a second ago, so I'm just going to bring him back up, skip him to the front of the line. Hello, how old are you?
28.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I would say so.
Are you happy that he won the election instead of Kamala?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's how I define a Trump supporter. Why?
I think there's plenty of evidence showing that, well, I only voted for Trump because I think that better leadership. We have evidence showing that too. So
I don't think he has very good leadership skills as far as government goes. I think that we saw that during his first term, there was a lot of turnover in his administration because of his inability to pick a cohesive team for what he was trying to accomplish. And now in his second term, with him much older and more addled and ailing, we've actually seen that other people than him have taken over leadership responsibilities, which is why I like to say that it's people like Stephen Miller and Pete Hegseth that are running the country on behest of the Heritage Foundation and the Project 2025 playbook. And Trump isn't really all that actually terribly involved with it because his leadership skills are not only so bad, but getting worse with each passing day because he's 80.
Well, yeah, I mean, like in terms that he's like a man.
Oh, so you just don't think that women can have leadership skills?
No. I don't think that, I'm not saying that women shouldn't be able to lead. Women should definitely be leaders. I think that there's evidence that shows that, like, typically if we have like.
And what did you mean by be a man? Did you just mean that in the like? I can like, against my audience's wishes, I can accept that a person might say be a man and not mean anything gendered about it. Like I have to be careful to not slip out the phrase that's baked into the way that I speak English, man up. Because to me, man up means toughen up, means like grow some thicker skin. Man up is the sort of thing I might say to my girlfriend, and she knows I don't fucking mean anything about her gender about it.
Yeah.
Is that what happened just there? You just meant like that she doesn't have the backbone necessary?
Like that. Yeah, so like I think that like he just has certain things about him that would be better for leading. I think women can lead, but I also think that Kamala Harris didn't actually she didn't like have enough time to actually run for anybody to really have enough time to educate themselves on what she was about.
She had just been vice president, and she was running to continue the platform of the president that she was running under on the same ticket. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous.
Well, no, because like being vice president, there's a distinction between vice president and a president, obviously.
Okay, that's sure.
That's like saying that because somebody is a manager at a large corporation that they're qualified to be the CEO.
I think that if a person had risen to the top of a company, to the second highest position in it, and had a multi-decade career of working in all sorts of different high-level positions in various different departments of that company, because Kamala Harris has had employment in all three branches of the government, I think that we would look at her and say, yeah, she might actually be more qualified than the guy who was just CEO that we think did a bad job and couldn't even manage his own staff and had to have other people replace him in terms of deciding who his staff are.
Well, when you're saying replace him in terms of who his staff are, what do you mean about that?
Well, I'm saying, like I said before, I think that in the first administration, Donald Trump didn't do a very good job building an administration that worked cohesively, which is why there was so much turnover, why he was just constantly firing people. There were so many blunders and mistakes that he just had to constantly fire and replace people to like scapegoat it. And there hasn't been as much of that during the second term because he's been able to offload some of that organizational work of his administration to people like Stephen Miller, his chief of staff, and Project 2025, the people who wrote it, and the people who wrote the Project 2025 playbook at the Heritage Foundation, and some of the other people like Pete Hegseth that they've installed who have connections at places like Fox News, where they can decide the sort of talking heads that we want driving the administration's mission for the country. I think that Trump has demonstrated himself incompetent in that way, and that is shown by the way that his current administration is structured, and that's not a criticism you can levy against Kamala Harris.
I mean, yeah, you can't levy that against because it never happened with them. So yeah.
No, I think that the reason you can't levy that criticism against Kamala Harris is because she's held high political offices in her life for decades and never had such a problem.
All right, I mean, but what are like some policies that like she ran on? I mean, you're going to ask what policies did Trump run on?
Well, so both of them ran on a policy of removing taxes on tips. Donald Trump baked it into the most expensive bill in American history that redistributed a lot of purchasing power from poor people to wealthy people. But, I like to say that among the sprinkles that he put on the dog turd was no taxes on tips. But Kamala Harris had similar policies like that would have helped working class people. Like, for example, her no taxes on tips policy, which wasn't going to be baked into some bill that had a bunch of other problematic shit in it. It was just going to be given to people and not sunsetted at the end of her term. The Republicans took away taxes on tips in such a way that law will expire at the time they lose power in 2028, which will encourage people to vote for the next administration that they're going to promise we're going to keep taking away the taxes on your tips, you dumb fucks who aren't good enough at math to realize that these policies are bad for you on average. They're going to do that instead of just taking away taxes on tips, which is what Kamala Harris wanted to do. That's a small example. That's like a little campaign promise for the working class that these sort of politicians make. But it just demonstrates once again that like the actual policy positions of Kamala Harris were designed to make an America that's better for the average person, and Donald Trump's policies were designed to keep that average American convinced that the policies were good for them, even though in aggregate something like the Big Beautiful Bill is not on average good for a working class person. And then say, hey, it's because we made it only last 2 years, and then just lied to your face about the fact that the Democrats are the reason that these things can't be put in perpetuity. Even though the Democrats want these things put in perpetuity, they're able to just like sell that to the electorate, which is shitty and dishonest.
Yeah, I think that like with regards also is that for you, or do you have the echo, or is it just on my end? It's like it's when I'm talking. It's when I'm talking.
When you're talking, it might be that my producer's listening in the other room. Let me just close the room on this door, or the door on this room.
No, you're fine. Like I said, I think it might just be me, honestly, on my end. Just a second here. Let me try this.
It's possible. I don't hear it. I don't hear it, and are you still hearing it?
Hello. Oh yeah, no, it's on my end. I don't know why it's been happening since I came in.
Do you have a Bluetooth device connected?
No. Can I? If I do a reset, can I come right back, or you want to?
Yeah,
let me try this.
I'll let you back in.
All right, let me try this.
Yeah, I just connected him. But I'll take a moment to say that if you enjoy the way I navigate these conversations, you can go to the link tree in the bio. Support me completely for free by following me on the other platforms. No longer pressing for 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, because I have them, 10,127. Thank you to all 10,000 of you. If you're watching on TikTok, 490 of you. Make sure you're following these backup accounts for two reasons. One, these are where the show will be hosted from if this account gets a ban for some silly reason. And also, just in general, now that we've gotten to 10,000 YouTube followers, we're about to hit 100,000 on Facebook, but I don't need any help with that. I'm 900 away, 99,106 at the moment. I'll probably have 100,000 tomorrow or something. The clips do well on there, so I don't need help with that. So I'm just going to say that the new follower goal for the whole Oskar Quentin platform is to get these accounts to 10,000 followers. And this, straightforwardly, is just a little monetization thing, because it doesn't make a difference to you if you're following these accounts or not. But when I get to 10,000 followers, I'll be able to monetize the clips that I post there. And I'm trying to distribute all of the clips from this show across multiple platforms for those banning reasons, so that I'm not like taken down if one of these accounts gets deleted or whatever might happen to it, banned, whatever. So if I get to 10,000 on these, then I won't have to decide like, oh, I think this clip might do well, I should put it on the main account and then get monetized on there. Not that the clips get all that many views on TikTok anyway, but it is just a goal for us here at Oskar Quentin Studios to get these two accounts eventually to 10,000 followers. They're both at like 2,500, 3,000, something like that. So just make sure you're following everywhere. Anyway, that's the free stuff. But if you want to go to the link tree in the bio and find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon, you can support the show directly. So I can pay Jessie and Raven, who help me do the show, so that I'm able to do it 4 hours a day. I haven't been keeping track, but we're on a really good streak of doing 4 hours every single day. I think we had one show that I cut short for 3 hours, just because it was... I forget why. I don't know. We're doing 4 hours most days, and I cannot sustain that without the help of my staff. So, that's one of the things we're spending money on, as well as some travel. I'm going to be in California for a reason that some people know. I'm going to be in Las Vegas for some time for a reason that people know. I've got 2 other trips potentially to other important places in the country for the sort of work that we're doing. So, yeah. Thank you, Chai, for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. Please be so safe. Safest thing for me to do for myself on Saturday would be stay home. Safest thing for me to do for my community would probably not be to stay home. So I'm just gonna accept the fact that the right thing for people to do in the 30s in Germany wasn't necessarily the safest thing for them to do, because there's a literal pardoned J6er Nazi coming to my city. So I'll be there. IowaGolfer says he's got a big Israel update. Oh man, Kronos, thank you for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. I'll be popping in and out of the Saturday live. Get him, Oscar, Jessie, Raven, and the rest. Well, I hope nobody gets got. I think that Jake Lang is trying to be a martyr and he wants to get got. So I will be loud. I will be obnoxious. I will be performative. But if I see violence, I will try to de-escalate. Probably. I mean, who knows? Saturday could go a lot of fucking ways, but I hope I don't have to put my hands on anybody, but we'll see. Sometimes I do with these things. Little Boots sent $10 today. Thank you, Tax. Thank you, Little Boots. I appreciate you very much. All right. The caller said he was going to reset. I've given him, that was a plenty long ad read that for all of you to sit through. So I am going to talk to the next person in the queue, which, just became IowaGolfer. A bunch of people left. How tall am I? 6 foot. Wonder why you want to know. Let's see what IowaGolfer has to say. What's going on with Israel today? You're 27 years old, IowaGolfer.
Yeah. Okay. I sat down yesterday after I got home for like 2 hours looking into the history of Israel and Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
From what I have found, there is some credibility that Netanyahu let Qatari cash through the borders into Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
There is some credibility to that.
Yeah.
I do not believe the full intention was to fund Hamas to attack Israel. But having said that, I also researched the deliberate targeting of children by the IDF in Palestine.
Prior to October 7th, right?
To that as well. I didn't see anything prior to October 7th.
Okay.
I have seen post October 7th, but not prior.
Okay.
Having said this and having seen these things, I am willing to pull my support of Netanyahu and of a minority of the IDF. Having said that, if we pull funding from the IDF for operational purposes, I would be in support of that. Or offensive purposes, I would be in support of that. I do not think we should pull funding for the Iron Dome because I do believe Israel has the right to defend their citizens.
Okay. So once again, while I disagree, and I don't think that we should be helping Israel with their Iron Dome, I consider this pretty big progress because you told me yesterday that those particular claims, the about Netanyahu helping fund Palestinian forces, Hamas, to like create the situation that we're in right now, and these human rights abuses by Israel, sounds to me like you're halfway there on both of them, because I think that the human rights abuses extend long before October 7th. And I also think there's very good evidence that Netanyahu did it with the intention of bolstering Hamas to create the sort of conflict-driven situation that we have now. But you told me that if there was evidence to both of those claims, or to either of those claims, you would withdraw your support. And I'm going to say that you came here and said that you found some credence to both of those claims and you've withdrawn some of your support. So I'm going to give you, yes, we're halfway there on all these things. So I'm going to say, I'm going to give you half a point, Iowa. I can't give you a whole point.
I am withdrawing all of my offensive support.
Well, so that's where I wanted to go next, which is that if you are already pretty happy to recognize that, the Republicans are the fucking, if we're gonna criticize all the major political parties, all two of them, they're all bad guys. I've been saying the whole time that the Democrats are just better than the Republicans, and straightforwardly, I think that what most politicians on the left, most establishment Democrats are okay with is the sort of thing that you're talking about, where we still have this defensive relationship with Israel, which again, I'm against. I don't think it's good. But once again, in terms of like recognizing that the right is not just like participating or like complacent or like allowing that this regime to continue by giving them defense, like the Republicans are actually making their offensive efforts that are creating these civil rights violations like much easier. Like the support that the Republicans are offering Israel is just much greater than that we would expect from under Democratic leadership. So it sounds to me that you've taken a big fat fucking step in the right direction.
I have.
Which would be to the left, to be clear.
I am saying this. I am saying that I am not a leftist. I am a social liberal.
People come on this show and argue about whether or not I am a leftist. I don't expect anybody to say. Thank you, Easy Bleak.
Having said everything that I have said, I am fully willing to withdraw support for offensive war for Israel. However, if we pull defensive support for Israel, and another October 7th happens, where they come back across the border into Israel and start attacking civilians, women, and children, this is going to turn around again. And this is going to be, this is what we thought was going to happen, and this is why we shouldn't have pulled support.
I still consider your update about your position on Israel to be progress. Very much.
Do you understand where I'm coming from, though? If October 7th happens again, there's clearly a bad guy in this situation.
I don't think that that's fair to say, because you could say that if there's like this tit for tat thing going on where like I shoot up your house, you shoot up my house, back and forth, and then somebody's saying, all right, I'm going to withdraw the support I have for one of the guy's offensive efforts to shoot up this other guy's house. You're sitting here and saying, well, if they shoot up the other guy's house one more time, I'm going to go back to helping them with offensive support. I would say, like, no, like that's just another step in this thing. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more conflict of that type between Israel and Palestine. Like specifically between the IDF and Hamas, because again, my whole concern is that adding fuel to this fire, and when I say fuel, I'm talking about bullets and rockets and stuff, gear. When we adding fuel to this fire, it's the people who are burning in the fire are mostly innocent as far as So I just don't like that we're pouring gasoline into the fire at all, regardless of which direction the offensive is on any particular day.
Now, I just want to get your I want to understand you completely here. Israel IDF pulls out of Palestine. I would be in support of that.
Hypothetically, yeah.
Now, hypothetically, Israel pulls out of Palestine. The IDF pulls out of Palestine. Yeah. Hamas does another October 7th. Is Israel going to be called genociders and baby killers again when they retaliate? Rightfully so.
Well, okay, when you say retaliate, rightfully so, you ended with rightfully so, and I'd already formulated my response before you said those words, because it would, for me, very much depend on what the nature of the retaliation is. Because again, in my analogy of like two people who are just constantly shooting up each other's house, it's like, yeah, if party A shoots up party B's house again, and then party B goes to the elementary school of party A's kids and shoots them, I'd be like, no, not acceptable. Yeah. So I can judge Israel's response to whatever happens next the same way and say, is this a legitimate military response? Are they airstriking the people who did it? I'm okay with Israel airstriking the people who do these sorts of things, but I'm not okay with them attacking schools and hospitals, even if maybe the people who did those sorts of things are under the hospitals, which is often the claim, like that sort of thing. I'm just like, I can judge what Israel does on the face of it. I can judge what Hamas does on the face of it and say that so many of these things have been bad, and regardless of which side is being worse on any particular day, I can still just say that sending more ammunition in there is just not making it better from a humanitarian standpoint.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy to believe that this whole tangent started off with me and Pickles, and me telling Pickles that the U.S. should drop about 80% of all of its foreign funding, and it would be such a better place.
Well, and there's like people call me a hypocrite for wanting us to support Ukraine, but not Israel. But like we talked about that whenever you were last on, yesterday, the day before. We talked about that whole issue of like international sovereignty, where I don't think that there is a clear one-sided claim to the issue of sovereignty when it comes to everything that's happened between Israel and Hamas, especially when Hamas is not established as a government in Palestine in the way that I would need it to be for it to be recognized as some sort of like sovereignty issue between two nation states. Israel has not allowed Palestine to do the things that a nation needs to do in order to be recognized in that way. And like, that's why I like think of them as the bigger, badder guy in the fight, even if they're fighting against somebody who is also bad and using the population of their territory as like I'm not going to deny that Hamas has like done some meat shielding with civilians. Like I'm aware that we're talking about two evil parties that are fighting against each other. But with Ukraine, I can be critical of Ukraine. Zelensky is somebody who on the world stage, like, doesn't get, like, prior to February of 2022, when the ground invasion of mainland Ukraine happened, February 23rd, 2022, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was a Wednesday. Like, prior to that, I would have told you, like, Zelensky is progressive relative to Ukraine, but he's not progressive relative to the rest of the Western world. He's a misogynist. He's, like, you know, he's not as progressive on some of these social issues that I would have cared about for Ukraine at the time. But I can also look at Ukraine at the time and say, all right, this is an ex-Soviet satellite state that's only had their sovereignty for something like 30 years, not quite. They didn't even quite make 30 years, if my math is correct, because the 1994 Budapest Memorandum is when they separated from Russia in exchange for giving up their nuclear weapons. But like, I can look at them and say that for having been a Soviet satellite state 20, 30 years ago, you're making tremendous progress. You're doing much better in terms of civil rights and like issues of free speech than Russia is today. So when I see Russia violate that international sovereignty, people always say, why weren't you making videos about Biden? Why weren't you making videos about Obama? And I'm like, I was a fucking kid. But I remember where I was and what I was doing when Crimea was invaded by Russia, because I have followed international politics to a degree throughout my life, and I remember thinking, oh my God, what is this the start of? I remember us wondering if that week was the week that Ukraine was going to be taken back by Russia, and people were concerned about World War III starting. And I can look back now and say, no, they invaded Crimea, built military capability there, and gave the Western world 10 years or so to forget about it, and then use that military capability as a foothold to launch their full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So, like, I just view the whole thing in terms of violating international sovereignty between established nation states catastrophically differently.
The one thing I will say that I will say, and it's not that it's necessarily even good that's coming out of the Ukraine-Russia war, but it kind of is. It kind of shows how big of a joke Russia and their military is, besides the fact of their big booms. I mean, if they didn't have that, you couldn't take over Ukraine.
Well, the argument
you're not going to put up a fight with anybody that has any kind of.
The argument I like making for Republicans who are against funding Ukraine's war with Russia is that, like,
let's address them. They're basically doing it for us.
Well, I was going to say, unless you consider Russia an ally, which sometimes I talk to people on the show who believe that Russia is one of our strongest allies and are like super pro Putin because they've like drank the Trump Kool-Aid about the guy, or like some other such propaganda. But like if you're among the reasonable people who consider Russia to be a bad guy on the world stage, the sort of part, like when I was in 2014, like I was just saying, I was young and I was like trying to like look forward into the 21st century and try to think about like the way things could go. And I talk about things today where it's like, China's like doing a lot of shipbuilding. That's kind of concerning for the way that World War III might go. Like the presence they're going to have in the South China Sea and in the Western Pacific is going to be very problematic if we have a global conflict between major superpowers. 10 years ago, I used to think about it, China and Russia as like these big military leaders where like everybody would be swimming in their wake against us. And like that was the big fight. But Russia doesn't, like, I don't think about Russia that way anymore because Ukraine has successfully fought a war of attrition with them, if you know that term. Have you heard that phrase before? War of attrition? You know your history. For the audience, a war of attrition is just where it's a slow war where instead of having big conflicts, you just slowly wither away your enemy's ability to...
Who's going to starve first?
Who's going to run out of fuel? Who's going to run out of bullets? Who's going to run out of soldiers? Like just who's going to run out of new treads to put on the tanks because we keep blowing the treads off the tanks? Like that sort of stuff. So if we look at the price tag that it has cost the United States to essentially disable something like 50% of Russia's military capability, depending on the way that you measure. It's like, I think more than that in terms of their like most qualified soldiers. It's like less than that, obviously, in terms of big resources like nuclear weapons that they haven't used yet. But like in terms of fuel and vehicles and armament and artillery and ammunition, like we have for such a small price tag, we have completely disabled Russia on the global stage to the point where somebody like myself doesn't even really weigh them all that fucking heavily, other than their connections to countries in the Middle East and to China and to North Korea.
I still think that was one of the U.S.'s biggest blunders back in 45. Is that when we took out Germany, we didn't keep going and take out Russia. I am a George Patton fanboy. I loved everything about George Patton. I think he was one of the greatest commanders that we ever had in the United States. And I think that he was right, that we should have kept going and should have killed all of them, or not killed all of them, but taken out Russia while we were at it.
Well, yeah, and we can talk about how
he was the one person that guessed what was going to happen, that we were going to be at war with the sons of bitches in a decade.
Yeah, it's easier with hindsight to say that like we didn't navigate the Cold War in a way that set us up for peace in the 21st century, right? So I mean we can lament that, but I think that it's just so obvious that even if you don't give half a shit about international sovereignty generally, or about Ukraine, or about any of that, like if you just think that Russia is a bad guy in World War III, then the price we've paid to make them not so dangerous a bad guy in World War III has been a paltry sum. It has been very little money, relatively speaking, because the amount of money, specifically what I'm saying is that the amount of money and American soldiers it would cost to do to Russia what Ukraine has with some of our money and gear would be enormous. We're talking about $1 trillion war. We're talking about a $2 or $3 trillion war, not to mention like tens of thousands of soldiers dying potentially.
Not to cut you off, Oscar. I'm sorry. I know we talked about that yesterday. I do want to apologize quick to the women that were on the panel yesterday. Apparently, I was over talking them a lot. I apologize. That wasn't my intention. I wasn't trying to be misogynistic. But I do have to drop down, Oscar. I appreciate you bringing me back up. But have a good debate live today. Talk to you later, buddy.
Later, Iowa. Appreciate you. Yeah, I did. He was curious about the comments in the chat yesterday, so I just texted him. Here, you know what? I'm actually gonna read out loud what I texted Iowa. I hope he doesn't mind me doing that, because I think that there's I talk to Iowa offline sometimes, and I like to have transparency about the sort of topics that we cover sometimes, just like not on the show, because I do consider him like a buddy who's deconstructing some like ideas that I thought were pretty problematic. We saw him make some progress on that today. So sometimes I just like talk to him without the pressure of the show. But we just exchanged a couple of texts yesterday because he texted me, "What mask?" And I responded, "Some people have noticed you interrupt women more than men." That was the accusation, is that there's a little bit of just maybe like bias towards women or misogyny or something like that from IowaGolfer. I get the occasional message about it, and I've noticed it some. And he responded that he interrupted everyone when he gets going on a tangent. You know that. And I just responded that basically what I just said, that I get messages about it and that I've noticed it a little bit. So it's something. It's something
Let's address that.
why is this phone's volume on? I keep turning it down. Spooked me. I've noticed it, and I've told people that I'm just kind of sitting on that as like a thing with Iowa. because I don't want to like. It's like a caller like Screechmeister. It's like if I just took every moment to list everything that's still wrong with Screechmeister, it wouldn't be very productive to interact with him. So I did broach that topic with him because he caught it in the chat yesterday and was curious what people were talking about. But I think the next time we talk to Iowa, it might be about that. I think it's time to have that conversation. But I am happy he made some progress on Israel. And I will point out to everybody that the progress he made on Israel was caused by him having a conversation with me where I basically said, your beliefs are contingent on this being true or false. Here's some reading to do. tt.truther, I do see you in the queue and you're next. I'm just going to read some donation messages first. But anyway, we'll talk to Iowa Golfer again because he's made lots of progress on the show. I'm going to keep platforming that. I think it's really productive. Ethan sent me $5 on Venmo. His message reads, did you see a recent poll by Reuters? Ipsos found Americans prefer Democrats over Republicans on the economy for the first time since 2017. Love and support from Nebraska. I didn't see that, but it is one of those things where the Americans polled generally have supported Republicans for the economy generally for a very long time. When people say they're fiscally conservative, that often means like, I don't have a problem with gay people, but I'm financially selfish and don't want my money being used for welfare programs or like stuff like that. Which I consider problematic. And I think a lot of the people in the middle on that issue, a lot of the fiscally conservative people who are closer to the center of the spectrum are just kind of seeing the writing on the wall to the right and looking a little more longingly at the left. But that's just my impression. I don't have data to back that up. But so I'm just believing the message there. Jack sent $69 on Cash App, anti-Jake Lang fund. Get him out of my city. I can't make him leave. But I can make, maybe we can make him not throw hate rallies in our fucking, like, town square. This is the second time he's tried to do that, by the way. I mean, technically the third, because it was going to be Minneapolis City Hall the first time, and that's when the mob, like, chased him off. And then the second time it was going to be the state capitol in St. Paul, but he got defeated by the ice sculpture that he tried to kick over, but it kind of kicked his ass. But because it was expensive and permitted, he got hit for like destruction of property, banned from the Capitol grounds for that, and like spent a night in jail or something about it. So because they banned him from the area, he had to go to the Whipple building, and he just drove by in a U-Haul and like shot a bunch of paintballs and maced people. And that was the second one. That was his mobile press conference, as I like to call it. So this is his third attempt, and we're just going to see what goes on. And I'm really curious to see if the local law enforcement like protects him in a way that I think is like disproportionate. What I expect to happen is for them to let him walk in an area on the street that the rest of us aren't allowed to. And I will be asking law enforcement in probably impolite terms what exactly rights he has that we don't, that allow him to stand there, but not us. Because they're going to put up bike racks and they want all of us counter protests to be over here and him to be over there. And I can see the argument for that being a de-escalation tactic, but I just believe that local law enforcement lacks the authority to sort people into two crowds. Do we have free speech or not? Anyway, tt.truther, I'll get to you in just a second. I'm just going to read my YouTube super chats because Little Boots, I already read that one, but I forgot to mark it red. Thank you again for the $10, Little Boots. Coronos sent $2 to say, not literally get him, metaphorically get him. Of course, yeah. I've been very clear about what my plan for Jake Lang is. I'm not trying to hurt the guy. In fact, if anything, I think it's probably good if he doesn't succeed at getting himself hurt, which I genuinely believe is his plan. I think it's his intention to be assaulted. So I'm going to try to advise people around him not to fall for that. Hi-Fi Mike sent $2 to say, give him hell, kid. I'll give him hell metaphorically. I do, like I can sit here and say that I'm going to de-escalate violence, but I'm not going to, but I need to be clear about what violence is, and yelling isn't violence. I'm going to be loud. I'm going to be obnoxious. I hope to be at the front of this thing. I hope to be there. Anyway, it's going to be chaotic, so we'll see. Here's hoping that anti-Jake Lang march doesn't get violent, and maybe you can find a Sunday show guest in one of your comrades out there. We do have our Sunday guest lined up already. We do have a long list of comrades that want to be on the show. Friendlies, rather. I'm not trying to say like communists. I'm just trying not to have the show be populated only by friendlies. I'm trying to make it more oppositional, but I think I'm already running into an issue where it's like, hey, 90 minutes, no mute button, come talk to Oskar Quentin. I think a lot of creators on the right are chicken shit about that. Lance, thank you for the $10. Israel is a global leader in living organ donations. Where are they getting their organs from? They have killed kids and bulldozed rubble over them. They actively poison the little food they let in. I don't know about those claims. So I'm just going to let that one sit because I don't know anything about organ donation in Israel. But if there's something fishy there, I don't know. Maybe send me a message and I can look into it. All right. Let's get to an actual debate. tt.truther is our next caller, and I will ask, as always, how old they are. Hello?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How old are you?
38.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for him, but I don't support him anymore over the war with Iran.
That's what did it for you?
Yeah. Why is that your first comment? You're gonna rattle off some 34, upgraded misdemeanor charges, talking points, or something?
Just trying
Is
to
that what you
understand.
had? Is that the next line on your script?
Nope.
So you admit that Nick Fuentes was right about Israel all along?
Did I say something that like Nick Fuentes would agree with? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know every thought Nick Fuentes has about Israel.
Well, I think he pretty much called this war in the year or so leading up to the election.
Okay.
And then now I see the left, recycling his talking points. So it's kind of funny.
I don't think I'm recycling his talking points. I think I would have had to heard. Maybe somebody's recycled them to me, and I've heard some of them. But I'm kind of just going by my own assessment of things. And you can find somebody like Charlie Kirk or Nick Fuentes or whoever, where it's like, look at this. Here's them saying something that Oskar agrees with. Oskar agrees with the right, and that's just like totally disingenuous and shitty. They'd probably also agree with me that the sky is blue. So just because some hateful, monstrous piece of shit who brainwashes children through social media thinks something that I think, that doesn't mean that I would say that. I think to go from there to he was right about everything is a big leap that I'm not willing to take.
I wouldn't say everything necessarily, but I mean, it sounds like you're trying to not accept that he was right. And I think a lot of the critique he got was specifically for his view on Israel.
Okay, congratulate. Assuming that what you're telling me about,
full of people that are
assuming that what you're. No, see, that's the thing. Assuming that you're right about whatever he said about Israel, I can just say that I can agree with Nick Fuentes about some particular thing about Israel. Why are you going to say that makes us Nick Fuentes fans? Why would that? Does that follow?
I just find it ironic that a lot of the hate that he's gotten is for his view on Israel.
Do you think that 9/11 was bad? Do you think that 9/11 was bad? Do you think that 9/11 was bad?
I don't know why you got to cut me off like that.
Yes or no? Bad. Oh, you must be a huge Oskar Quentin fan. I'm so glad you're on the show. Thanks for coming up as such a big fan of me because you agree with me about a major geopolitical conflict. Thank you for that.
Where were you on 9/11?
Lower Manhattan. I was at school in Lower Manhattan.
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah.
You should have had Howard Lutnick tell you to take the day off.
Would have been better if you told my dad to take the day off. That would have been better.
Oof. Anyhow. So Jake Lang, I view him as a bad actor. I don't think that he represents the general right-wing voter. And my best evidence for that is that I saw him doing this march where he was carrying a pig, and that told me everything because all the anti-Islam stuff is directly from the Zionist crowd. So when I saw him doing that, and he wasn't being stopped either, he had a large crowd with him. That just really stuck out to me because any other march like that, I would expect some kind of resistance to it. But he was just walking around with a pig.
What do you mean resistance?
Well, people to be protesting him or something, but there was nobody there.
Of all the really problematic things that Jake Lang has done, I don't think it's actually illegal to walk around with a dead pig, is it?
Well, no, the pig was alive, but my point is that it was clearly an anti-Islam symbol. And
I mean, he does hateful shit like that all the time. He uses goats as a symbol. I think there's a case to be made for animal abuse for bringing animals to such things. I think that's irresponsible.
It's just performative. I view him as a bad faith actor, and I was kind of shocked when I saw that when he was attacked in Minnesota that creators like Johnny Palmadessa and Jolly Ginger were laughing at him being violently assaulted. Especially given the fact that he's Jewish himself.
I'd be interested in talking with you about that. I think that if you go to a funeral and mock the dead every Friday until somebody punches you in the face, you will have a perfectly good case for assault against that person. But I think that ethically you're still in the wrong. Do you think that that's a fair thing to say about a hypothetical person doing that sort of thing?
Oh, sure. So you must be mortified that so many on the left celebrate Charlie Kirk's murder. since he was an innocent man and he was killed for no reason.
I think that I like wanted to get into this conversation about political violence with you in a more nuanced way, and I asked a question to like a hypothetical question to kind of just gauge your attitudes towards these sorts of things. And instead of engaging with that, you were just like, "Hail Mary, Charlie Kirk." Like, how about instead of that, can we just agree that if you go to a funeral and mock the dead until somebody punches you in the face, that like legally, obviously, yes, that's still an assault like any other, but you're definitely an asshole for doing that, and it's not really the sort of thing where I'm gonna like
have you publicly celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder?
No, I think I celebrate that he is dead because I hated the guy, but I don't think it's good that he was killed. Like, I can be happy that he's gone, but be unhappy that it was like political violence instead of an aneurysm or something.
I find that a terrible view to have because, in fact, people are leaving.
So, by the way, I'm just going to point out that the thing I just accused you of doing, of like getting into like trying to understand what our beliefs about political violence are, and then like go from there. You did it twice in a row, where I like brought up the analogy, like the hypothetical, to just kind of talk about it, and you once again just like were like, I'm gonna get the host to say his fucking thoughts on Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk. Everybody's so sensitive about Charlie Kirk, even though he was not the most important political violence death in the calendar year of 2025. Charlie Kirk was not the most important political violence death in 2025 in America, not even close.
Well, then who was? Tell me who was then.
Melissa Hortman. Melissa Hortman was.
Yeah, nobody really talked about that, did they?
Yeah, I think that demonstrates what happened on the weekend. That was why Charlie Kirk died on a Wednesday and Melissa Hortman died on a weekend. I don't even know if she did. Yeah,
that's how news cycles work. Pretty much, people are off work and they're
right.
They're not
okay,
really
so we're slipping away from the thing here. Do you recognize that if you go to a funeral and mock the dead, like you might eventually catch a punch, and the person who punched you is totally guilty of assault, but you're definitely still an asshole for creating that situation?
Yeah, I agree with that, and that's why I brought up Charlie Kirk, because so many leftist creators are laughing at him dying.
Well, I brought that up, and you brought up Charlie Kirk after I brought that up, but I brought that up as an example of like what Jake Lang is doing. He goes to funerals and mocks the dead. He comes to my city when we're grieving, and he mocks the people who were grieving. He's done that in front of me.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. I already said he's a bad actor.
Right.
He's an agitator. That's what he does to make money. He's a grifter.
Yeah, and I think that like, if we're going to talk about the threshold for when it becomes appropriate to defend yourself from such characters, because Jake Lang does cross the line to the point where he's the one illegally brandishing or threatening or committing assault himself, like, I think that he like is way more likely to be harmed in some way that's legally defensible because he does assault people, which is why I don't think it was okay for somebody to kill Charlie Kirk. But again,
you're happy that they did.
No, that's not what I said. I said specifically that I'm happy that he's gone, but I'm not happy that the reason that it's not the same thing. I don't think it's mutually exclusive to be happy that somebody's gone, but unhappy about the way that it happened.
If like a guy like Destiny had his neck blown out, I wouldn't laugh about it. I wouldn't make jokes about it.
Okay. I actually didn't start. Yeah, you just like, you're not really engaging with the conversation. You're just trying to get me to say something that constitutes a Charlie Kirk joke, which, by the way, I have started telling Charlie Kirk jokes because the right is so pearl clutchy about people like mocking it. I do it on the show, and I'm explaining why I do it.
It's not the feelings that
I'm explaining why I'm doing it.
Exposing that you're terrible people.
Well, the reason I do it is because Trump does it. He mocks the dead. He teases people about political violence. He celebrates the death of. I think that if the president can say that he's glad that Robert Mueller is dead, I, as a random citizen, can say that I'm glad that Charlie Kirk is dead.
Well, you brought up 9/11 earlier. Are you aware that Robert Mueller was in charge of the FBI at the time and that he was part of the cover-up?
I'm sorry, can you just respond to what I just said? Do you think it's fair to say that if the president can celebrate Robert Mueller being dead, I can celebrate Charlie Kirk being dead? Do you think that that's a fair...
Well, let's give context to that. What did Robert Mueller do?
I think the context... Trump?
Let's give context to that without just doing rhetoric.
Charlie Kirk's dead. Can we stop asking for context? He called. Did Robert Mueller do anything violent? Did Robert Mueller do anything violent?
Tried to ruin Trump's life. He knew the Russia hoax was
Charlie Kirk
false.
has tried to ruin lots of people's life. He promoted a worldview where women and minorities were not treated equally. That's 100% true. So again, we're going to sit here and have our differences of opinion about it. So once again, given that this is so politically contentious, so controversial, if the president himself can make fun of a political opponent's death, celebrate a political opponent's death, I, as just a fucking guy, a random dude who lives in Minnesota, Charlie Kirk is so sacred that I can't just like be honest and say that I'm happy he's dead. Like, that's ridiculous.
I mean, thanks for that. You kind of won that for me.
I don't think it's a concession. I don't think you're familiar with my perspectives on this. Again, the president can say he's happy somebody's dead. Why can't I?
Well, because Charlie was an innocent man just giving his opinions, and he was actually a kind-hearted man.
Okay, so if we're gonna use so when you say innocent, I think we can disagree about how he spent his life and work, but I would say that then Robert Mueller is innocent.
Well, in Trump's case, he tried to ruin his life, and he did the Russia hoax for several years, knowing it was false.
I don't think that so you can assert that. Do you have a criminal conviction? Do you have some sort of concrete claim to that? Because we're going to start falling back on concrete claims, right? But you don't believe in concrete claims. You started the call by announcing to me that you thought that Donald Trump's 34 felony counts don't matter for some reason. So you don't believe in law and order. So what is your metric for deciding it's okay that to celebrate somebody's death? It sounds like you get to be the arbiter for some reason.
Do you want to talk about the Mueller report first, or do you want to talk about the 34?
I'm just trying to understand. It just seems very inconsistent to me, the rules that you follow to determine whether or not it's okay to make fun of a dead person or to celebrate the fact that they're no longer with us.
Well, I'm not the one that engages in that. It's you and others on the left.
Do you think it was okay for Trump to celebrate Robert Mueller's death?
Well, like I said, the context is that
yes
Mueller
or
tried to ruin his
no?
life.
Do you personally think it's acceptable what Trump did when he celebrated Robert Mueller's death?
Yes or no? Did they find collusion?
Yes or no? Do you think it's acceptable for Donald Trump to celebrate Robert Mueller's death? You've asked me some very gotcha questions.
It was in bad taste.
Yes or no? Do you think it was acceptable?
It was in bad taste. It wasn't like Charlie Kirk, though.
Yes or no? Is it acceptable behavior? Should he be charged with something? Should he be deplatformed? Should he be removed from office? Yes or no? Is it okay for him to do that?
Why would you do that?
I'm asking you if, in your opinion, there should be consequences for Donald Trump of some kind celebrating the death of Robert Mueller.
No, given the context that Mueller acted in bad faith against him to try to ruin his life.
Yes, and Charlie Kirk acted in bad faith against humanity, is my position. And you and I can sit here and argue that. But given that we disagree and those are political opinions, seems to me based on your political beliefs, you're okay with somebody making fun of a person's death if it's in alignment with your political values, even if that person didn't commit any physical violence. And you're saying it's not okay for me to do that. And I think that makes you a hypocrite.
Well, I can speak for myself, and I said it was in bad taste, but you're avoiding the context because you know you're wrong. And you already admitted that you are happy that Charlie Kirk's gone, which is, I mean, holy shit. You've lowered yourself below what you think a Nazi is, dude.
I don't think that's the case at all.
Your morality is in question, sir.
I'm sorry. Do you think that being happy that a person's gone because of political difference makes you lower than a Nazi?
It does. You guys have.
So when Donald Trump did it, when Donald Trump did it with Robert Mueller, when Donald Trump did it, did that make him lower than a Nazi?
Well, everyone had a lower opinion of Trump to begin with, so it's not the same thing.
Here, let's actually just do a quick chat. Let's do it. Here. Hello. I'm Oskar Quentin. I've got a pretty big platform. This is my full-time job. You can see my face. I'm not afraid of saying these things to you. I bet you are afraid of saying these things, and I'm going to check that by asking you.
Do you have the same agency as Parker?
I'm going to ask you to turn your camera on.
Oh, see, now you're running.
You're running because you're unwilling to. I'm not unwilling to associate these political ideas.
You lost the debate. You admitted you're happy Charlie Kirk was murdered. You're a terrible person.
I didn't say that. I specifically said not that. People can go back to the VOD and find that, and you can clip this however you want and send people to come argue with me about it again. I don't care. But you're a coward who's unwilling to associate your own political beliefs about this with your face.
The left is violent, as the Charlie Kirk incident proved.
I'm not going to let you just billboard your hateful beliefs by rambling now that you know you're getting kicked off the show for being a coward. So I'm just going to kick you and say that if you want to be back on my show, you can turn your camera on. Popcorn, get the fuck up out of my queue if you want to still watch the show, because I will have the mods ban you, because you're also banned for the show for different but also fucked up things. So yeah, fucking coward. But we knew that. We knew we were talking to one of those cowards. It's just fun to make them feel like they got some kind of W. Ask me a question I've been asked 100 times. Have me answer the same way I always answer. Tell me I answered a different way. Tell me you got the W. Somebody ban Popcorn. He's in the queue again. I'm not going to fucking talk to somebody who believes AI screenshots that are obviously AI and doesn't believe a civil litigation with a unanimous jury. I'm just not going to do it. Popcorn, you've made the permanent shit list, because what you're doing is seriously illegal. And you might get a lawsuit about it because they're taking this one fucking seriously because it's utterly libelous. You've demonstrated thoroughly that you're lying through your teeth about what you think about these allegations. Frankie, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. PNW represent. We're ready for the Oscar tour. PNW? What is that? Am I brain farting on that? PNW. $10 from Austin. Dearborn sent SWAT to protect Jake Lang outside city council, and he had escorts in and out of the building. Oh, and buy a coffee. I will check my buying coffee in just a second. I did see that. Pacific Northwest. Oh, that was on the same thing happened yesterday. This shows the way my brain works. It sometimes takes a little while for fucking an acronym to make it into my brain. Pacific Northwest tour. Don't have plans to go to the Pacific Northwest. Oh no, we were just saying this yesterday. So, or NorCal counts as Pacific Northwest, so I will be there soon. But not up in Seattle. Thank you, Austin. Sorry for all the brain farts about the Pacific Northwest. Doodle sent $5 on Buy Me a Coffee to say all funding should be pulled out of Israel since they use that funding to also destabilize governments abroad like it's happening in Latin America. Currently, the IDF is aiding in Colombia due to the recent earthquake, but also blocking the local aid so they can cleanse their image. Also because a far-right Zionist candidate was just elected on August 7th. No state nor country should destabilize other countries or democracies. Yeah. I don't mind. Sometimes when people get like a political platform message, they're like, I just want to say some political thoughts like in the donation read. I like proofread it and I'm like, all right, let me make sure I can say this on the stream. Let me make sure I like co-sign this enough. And I think I co-signed that enough. $5 from Lucky Phil on Buy Me a Coffee. He's halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. About IowaGolfer at the beginning. Yeah, he is halfway there on Israel. That's better than last week. Thank you very much. And then over on Buy Me a Coffee. Nothing on there. Let's check out YouTube Super Chat. Got a couple new ones over there. Bunny VTuber sent $2 to say, would yelling till he gets a migraine be violence? I don't know if yelling like loud enough near somebody, like I don't know. I need to like research local assault laws better. Because I don't know about volume. I just wouldn't yell so close to somebody that I would be that concerned about that. But that was like an issue with the Savannah Hernandez thing. It's like at what point is blowing a whistle in somebody's ear assault? Yeah, popcorn, you're blocked. Like, just gonna fucking... Oh, we got Law of the Wild here. Maybe we can have a conversation about how people should behave on Saturday. Jacob sent $5 to say, Oscar, have you considered debating Jesus and whatnot? I feel like you could dismantle all of his talking points better than the past couple of debates. I haven't actually been able to get up to speed on that. I just haven't had the time to take in the time that he spent on Dean's show. I want to like find the saga and watch it. But I mean, please, you can call in. I'm here. He knows where to find me. Chrono sent $5 to say Pacific Northwest. We are a place, Oscar. No, North Cali ain't Pacific Northwest. Ooh, okay, so people disagree about that. W. Oregon and Washington. Jerry sent $2 to say, wait, there's a Pacific Northwest tour? Will you be in Portland? Oh, no, there's not. I'm planning on traveling a lot for the show. I have trips that are established that are happening in September to Sacramento and to Las Vegas. Probably I'm gonna be somewhere other than home for the election, so I can like attend a watch party, but I'm gonna keep details on that secret. And there's a couple other places we're trying to go specifically. Law of the Wild, how you doing?
Good. Just here to talk about fifth-degree assault in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's what Chris Ostrusko has been charged with for what he did to Savannah Hernandez. So I am aware of it through that context. But yeah, like what for me and for other people who might be there on Saturday, what are the general guidelines in standing near a Nazi?
So there's two things that you'll need to be looking out for. One is fifth-degree assault, which is harmful or offensive contact or putting somebody in reasonable apprehension of harmful or offensive contact. So if you throw a brick at somebody, but it doesn't hit them, that's still assault because you cause them to be fear that they were going to be hit with a brick. Same thing if you get up in somebody's face and cock your fists back and make them flinch. That's an assault because you're putting them in reasonable apprehension that they're going to be hurt. So as long as you're not, or not you in particular, but the collective you, are not doing anything that would cause somebody to be in reasonable fear of bodily harm. So that's just any sort of pain to their body, then you're fine. And then the other is disorderly. Disorderly conduct is a bit more of it's kind of the catch-all for police officers that want to arrest somebody, but then ultimately have the charges immediately dropped and get released because they didn't meet the standard. Disorderly conduct has to be something that is going to invoke a breach of the peace. So it generally can't be words unless the words are fighting words meant to cause somebody to react violently.
Fighting words, I don't understand, because to me that seems like this exception about like not throwing the first punch is that somebody can say something that counts as an assault. How does that work?
So it has to do with proximity and immediacy. So if you're on one side of the sidewalk and you're yelling at somebody, that's not going to be fighting words. But if you're in somebody's face calling them slurs and begging them to take a swing, that's fighting words, and you could be charged with disorderly conduct for that.
Well, so I mean, Jake Langs is definitely going to be in some people's faces yelling some slurs. What sort of language would he need to use beyond that to warrant his assault legally, or warrant I don't know the language here, but you know what I mean, like for somebody to touch him without it being an assault.
It would have to be words that by their very nature, which is how the Supreme Court words it, invoke a violent reaction. So it's unlikely that just slurs in and of themselves would do it. But if you're nose to nose with somebody screaming slurs it's very context dependent. That could be an argument that they invited that confrontation. And I don't, while it might get you arrested, I doubt it would get you charged. And unless it was words that were so persistent and prevalent that they invoked a lawless reaction.
Yeah, that sounds blurry, and it's difficult with blurry definitions because, of course, we saw what happened with Savannah Hernandez and the Estruscos, where like they're getting federal charges for a parking lot scrap, and I think that it's pretty clear to all of us that I would expect the federal government to be a little less gung-ho about defending Jake Lang than Savannah Hernandez. She kind of has the like, I'm so helpless thing that Jake Lang doesn't. And she's perfectly happy to say that about herself all over her social media. Makes the optics of defending her a little bit easier. But I think that the thing for people to worry about is if there are vague definitions like that all of those sliders are going to be cranked up to 100 in terms of the local law enforcement and the federal government looking for any excuse to arrest anybody who does anything wrong on Saturday. And what I'm going to be looking for journalistically is like unfair biased treatment from law enforcement of Jake Lang, because I think that's the thing that's most upsetting to me is that they defend the guy in a way that's completely unfair.
Yeah, and that would be what to look out for is very, very frequently. I don't have any percentages on this. This is largely anecdote, but I've got a wide sample size, I'll say, that disorderly conduct charges that result in arrest or disorderly conduct arrests don't result in charges. So it's more of a mechanism that police officers will abuse to get somebody out of a situation or exert some sort of force over them, because the wording of the statute is so broad that a police officer can justify that the wording of the statute is that you're likely to arouse alarm in others. And so because that's so broad, I've literally had clients shockingly charged for preaching on a public sidewalk. And so eventually, you do end up beating the charges. You just don't beat the ride. So that's what I would be looking out for is kind of that misuse and abuse of disorderly conduct. But what's nice about that is it opens up for a civil lawsuit. And I am more than happy for anybody in Minnesota who gets arrested on a disorderly conduct for speech to help them seek civil remedy.
Well, so the specific thing that I'm looking at in terms of what I expect to happen on Saturday and the way that sort of misbehavior from law enforcement might manifest, and I'm judging a little bit by what we saw in Dearborn, Michigan yesterday, because I did watch plenty of the footage of both Jake Lang preaching before going into the city council meeting and then after he was escorted out by law enforcement. And the thing that I find so problematic about that, and it's something that I've actually seen with Jake Lang and some friends of his at the Whipple building here in Minneapolis, is that the police will do this sort of thing where they like allow Jake Lang and his buddies to walk around in the street or wherever, and then they create a barrier where they say that like people who are yelling at him or just the counter protesters aren't allowed. And I look at that and go like, by what legal mechanism is it that he has the right to stand there and I don't? Like that's I was thinking about that just yesterday. I thought I hope I get to ask Law of the Wild that before Saturday, because like that's the sort of thing where if I see them put up bike rack barricades and put all of us protesters on one side, all of us counter protesters, because the event is the N-word march for Jake Lang, and then all the people who are there to spread hate on one side of it, I'm going to ask, by what legal mechanism are you disallowing me to be on the other side of this bike rack barricade?
So that would likely be a First Amendment violation if they're separating people based off of the content of their message. So if they're putting everybody over on one side who believes one thing and the other side. Now, if they say that they're separating people to prevent a violent confrontation, and it's not because of the content of the material, it's because one group is being aggressive towards another group, that would be kind of their out for that. If there was visible indicators that one group was likely to invoke violence on another group, and the barricades were there to prevent that from happening, that would be a content neutral restriction. But if they start off by saying, oh, hey, you've got a face mask and sunglasses on, and you're wearing a black polo and khakis, you go over here. And then, you've got a sign that says, fuck Jake Lang, you go over here. That's a content-based restriction, which would likely be open up to some civil action.
I think in terms of like potentially raising a legal stink about Saturday, that's kind of what I'm going to be after trying to document, because I'm going to have a bit of an entourage, and I have some notes I want to give my team in terms of good behavior. So expect maybe some questions like in your DMs over the next couple of days about like just certain things like this, because like that's the sort of thing. It's like we don't want to create that situation. That's not the goal. But I've seen that situation happen so many times. Exactly what you're describing, where just for dressing the same way or preaching the same thing, the Nazis get to march in the street. But me and my friends who are like, hey, fuck you Nazis, like we have to stay behind some barricade or we'll immediately be usually catch and release detained. But that of course just makes it so that there's like no follow-up for that. And then you can beat that in court or you can beat the ticket in court or whatever, but it doesn't change the fact that they successfully took you off the street for your speech.
It would be interesting to look up and see if there's any sort of permit that's been acquired for this, because that could be another mechanism that they could use to separate people. If Jake Lang and crew actually did get a permit for the area, they're allowed to provide exclusive use to, again, it can't be judged based off content, but if somebody has a permitted use of a particular area, they can exclude people from that permitted zone who aren't operating under that permit. Yeah,
I have been meaning to, like, it's on my to-do list to check tomorrow, so I can check right before the event, because I've considered the fact that if he's in some way permitted, that would make it okay. I'd be pretty disappointed in the city of Minneapolis if they permitted the N-word march.
Unfortunately, it's one of those things that they kind of have to, because if you had somebody saying I want a permit on this day for a march, the city can't deny it based off of the content of the march. So that's kind of the backswing of you being able to be there and voice it, or you being able to book it and have a march. The fuck Jake Lang march.
How do I find out? Do I like
email the city clerk? And just ask for copies of any permits that were issued, or you can ask us directly: was this event permitted by the city? Okay. Because that would be very very useful. They might not get back to you in time. The city of Minneapolis also has a data practices portal where you can submit a request for all communications between the city and Jake Lang, which might be a good request to put out there. And they'll give you copies of every email that was sent back and forth related to this march. So that's a good thing. Minnesota has a pretty wide and easily accessible data practices law. And we can chat about that offline.
Yeah, and before I let you go, I've got a big super chat to thank, because MagnaCut sent me $100 on YouTube super chat with a pretty, in my opinion, meaningful message. Can't watch this right now because I'm at work, but I'm a cis white guy whose girlfriend is black and first generation American, and I live every day in fear for her and her family. This is a thank you for standing up to Jake Lang and the like. Please stay safe Saturday. Love from Vermont. Very sorry if I didn't get to that quick enough, if you're not still here, but it's in the VOD, and maybe I'll try to find a get you messaged later about that, because thanks, dude. We're gonna try to do our best. Law of the Wild. Before I run, do you mind using my soapbox for whatever you want for a minute while I run to the restroom?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
I trust you to say good things to my audience. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Happy to cover here. So I did see a question here, people asking about whistles. So with whistles, it is speech as long as you are staying within like decibel limits. They can ding you for a city ordinance violation if you're exceeding decibels. I know some whistles can get pretty loud, but as long as you're not using them in a way that's likely to cause bodily harm to somebody, and so if you're not blowing it inches from their ears with intent to cause bodily harm towards them, you're probably fine. I did see that somebody else asked, what if they tear the whistle out of your mouth? That is an assault. So that's definitely something that you can seek police action or remedy for that. Let me see if there was any other questions there. Otherwise, I'll make a pitch for myself. I do have some links in my bio that if you guys wanted to contribute to Legal Fund, I take up pro bono cases. I do public defense and pro bono immigration work. And you guys periodically donate to that. So I do appreciate that and put it to good use. And I'm happy to show receipts for what your money's used for. Very frequently used to help get poor people out of jail. Kind of insanely, even if you get arrested and the charges are dropped or not filed, you still have to pay a $25 booking fee. And while that might not be a lot to privileged people, for a homeless person who's arrested for being somewhere that some Karens didn't like, that can be an insurmountable amount of money you have to pay. So I do try to pay those off with when I can, and your donations do help with that as well. So welcome back, Oskar. That was a very quick evacuation.
Well, hey, I gotta learn from the greats.
You're muted,
right? Muted on TikTok, but not for the rest of the show.
There
we go. Gotta learn from the greats on the Ninja P. Also, I changed my exercise schedule, and it just with hydration, it just suddenly has me needing to pee during the show constantly. So I'm sorry for all the interruptions, everybody. I'll get it figured out, but I changed my sleep schedule recently. So we changed things up when I moved to the new studio. So I'll get it figured out, and hopefully we won't interrupt so much. Do we have callers in the queue? We certainly do. So I'll let you down, Law of the Wild. Thank you very much for the advice. And
sounds good. Take care.
Might be bothering you on Discord over the next couple days.
Feel free. You got my direct number too on your phone. So
yeah, I might shoot you a text.
That's the number that. Yeah, if you're getting arrested, don't Discord me. Call that number.
I know that. Yeah, I've got your card. Thanks, dude. W Law of the Wild. Let's see what Will has to say. Oh no, he disappeared from the queue. No, he didn't. Sometimes it looks like they've disconnected. Hello, Will. What's up?
Hey, I was hoping to get up here when Law was up here. A couple people in the chat and I as well. We had a question about the legality, or I guess the criminality of you sitting in that chair. If you could stand up and just show everybody that your chair, because it looks like it hurts. Like it's got to be more comfortable. Like
this chair.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Wait. I'm actually going to talk shit about eWin Gaming because they offered me a free chair and they said, hey, would you be interested in doing a sponsorship? And I said, I don't do sponsorships. I don't do brought to you by. I don't do coupon codes. If you want to send me a free chair, send me a free chair. It will be on the show a lot. I will give my honest opinion about it from time to time. They said, that's great. And then sent me the information to which one I wanted and all that stuff. And then they were like, great. So what we're going to need is 3 videos where you spend 60 seconds going over these features of the chair, posted to all your social media. And I was like, I'm sorry. Did you read my fucking message above? To which they were like, all right, fine. Only one 60-second video where you describe these features of the chair. And I was like, yeah, that's not going to fucking happen. So that was fuck them for that.
Best I can do is a 15-second cameo. That's it.
I basically said you're gonna get millions of watch hours. I didn't say that, but I know that's it's a lot of watch hours that the chair behind me gets. And I joked with them that the logo would be in plain view every time I stepped away to use the bathroom. But yeah, I was almost thinking of sending the screenshots to Law of the Wild, because it's like, hey, did they agree to a thing that they then went back on? I don't know how that works. They said they'd send me a free chair, and then they went back on it because they, like, I don't know if they didn't read the message I sent them where I basically said, like, no. But for people watching, for my integrity, I will accept free things, and I will say to my audience, this was free. Here's my thoughts on it. I'm not going to accept a sponsor. Like, nobody's going to send me a check. I won't ever accept money to put something in frame. I will never, like, regurgitate an ad read for somebody else. That's not what we're gonna do on here. I mean, I regurgitate ad reads for all the donors, but I've even gone so far as to leave out the little personal shout out that people sometimes tag on their donations, because I'm just like, sorry, it's not like I'm not. What I do on this show is I give you guys my unsponsored opinion on things. So no, you can't sponsor my opinion on things. That's like 100% against the rules here. So anyway,
well,
fuck
speaking
them.
Speaking of donos, guys, hit the pay links in the bio so we can get Oskar a better chair, or at least
we need to get him out of this 1960s Catholic school chair.
I actually really like this chair. I'm like missing, because I brought it here from my apartment. It's like my normal chair, because it's just I was gonna take the arms off of the Ewin gaming chair because I'm a guitar player, and arms on a chair are just a nightmare. So like I actually. It's not the most comfortable desk chair, but I do really like this chair for like sitting and playing guitar and working and stuff. But yeah,
it looks like a leftover from the Spanish Inquisition.
Fuck you guys. Like, so. It was, but yeah, it is on the studio list to buy new chairs, both actually for me and for the producer's desk. But I was expecting to get like a nice, like, you know, fancy gaming chair that they said they'd send me, but they said they'd send me the chair, even though I don't do sponsorships. And then they asked me to do a sponsorship. Law of the Wild, are they in trouble?
No, because there was no consideration on your part. So, you know, you didn't give anything to enter into the oral contract. There was no benefit to them by them offering that. So unless you had like detrimental reliance where you were ready to go buy a chair, and because they didn't send you the chair, now you're having to suffer on the chair that you just said is
that's
very
exactly what happened.
You just ruined it by talking about how great your Spanish Inquisition chair was. So
okay, fair. But no, I am sad. I am harmed by the fact that I was expecting to boot up in the new studio last Saturday in the new chair. That was the plan, and I'm disappointed that didn't happen. That's the truth. I'm not going to go after them. I'm allowed to say they a bitch for that, though, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's pure opinion.
It's encouraged, probably.
Yeah. They So if they wanted an endorsement from Oskar Quentin, here's my endorsement. They a bitch for not sending me a chair. Ewan, send me a chair if you want to get back in my good graces. I feel lied to by your marketing department.
All right, I'm going back down to the chat.
All right, goodbye, friends. I'll get on with my...
Did you have a question, Will?
Yeah, did you have a question for Law?
No, it was totally about the chair. It was about the legality of him being forced to sit in that chair. But yeah.
Well, okay, if I wasn't... later, guys. Disconnected the wrong account. Let's get back in there. Disconnected one of the backup accounts. I'm sitting in the less comfortable chair so that Jessie or Raven, when she's in, can sit in the better chair. Let's get that muted. Okay, all right. I feel like, whoa. See, these iPhones keep wanting to share contacts with each other. Now they're both teacupped. Come on. There we go. I feel like the TikTok queue has been doing this thing where it like fills up in the wrong order, because Heartbreak Joey's been waiting longer than Chelsea, but he's at the bottom now. I think I need to start clicking from the bottom. I think that's what's going on. Thank you very much, Kronos, for the $2 on YouTube Super Chat. Saying Sacramento is Pacific Northwest is sacrilege, Oscar. We're getting like drama in the chat about whether or not NorCal is Pacific Northwest. Love it. It shall drive engagement. Adravina sent $5 to say, for your megaphone fund so you do not have to scream, LOL. Yeah, the megaphones, there's a couple people who tend to get away with it, but they also tend to snatch them pretty quick and arrest you for noise ordinances, so I stay away from that. I'm really fucking loud. That's, like I said, that's like maybe kind of my superpower. Little Boots sent $10 to say chair fund tax. Thank you, Little Boots. And Jerry sent $2 to say chair fund going. Ooh. Ethan sent $5 to say for guitar, stool's best, always the best option. Yeah, stool is better. I do have like a futon type stool that I sit on in Studio A, that's like just for playing music. Somebody says my queue is the worst. Good to know. Maybe that means we'll get a good show going. All right, let's hop over to the other pay links, and then we can check out whoever was supposed to be next, which I think is Heartbreak Joey. Steven sent $5 just to do a cheers emoji. Thank you for the $5 on Cash App. Araxis sent $2. That was a long attempt for a poison the well. I was talking about that other caller. Like, he just really wanted me to like think it was a gotcha that he sent, like that I regurgitated the same opinions about Charlie Kirk I've been regurgitating since the day he fucking died. Anyway, wow, my Venmo balance went up a lot. Fucking Emily, thank you for the $100. That's huge. Putting my first donation to the Oscar Chair Fund. Get that new chair. Love you. I will. It wasn't for lack of money. It was because Ewan Gaming was dishonest about what they said they were okay with in terms of sending me a chair. So it's just more timing. No, it's not. It's just on my to-do list this week. I gotta like pick something. For me, I don't want to order one from them, and I don't want to really spend that much money on a chair because they were going to send me like a $700 chair. But I know that a good office chair is not necessarily cheap. So for myself, I might look for something used that I like, but I might just pick something that's kind of industry standard that's new for the employee's chair because I don't want to make them sit in a used chair. But I'll that's very much on the do list, and I will consider now that there's an audience-driven budget for the chair to not be shitty. Fuck Ewan Gaming for not sending me a chair. As a Pacific Northwest native, NorCal is the barest claim to the Pacific Northwest. Okay. Thank you, Emily, though, again. And Jerry, thank you for that $2. But Emily, seriously, thank you for the $100. You send a lot of donations. You're one of the people who's really making the show happen. And it means a shitload to me and Jessie and Raven, and to everybody who appreciates what we're doing here. All right, now where the hell was I with the rest of these? I lost track of where I was. Did I read Vicky? I don't think I read Vicky. Vicky sent $2 to say, what's this caller's deal? What was the point in him saying he no longer supports Trump? He might as well support Trump because he's still a piece of shit. And fuck Charlie Kirk. He's still a piece of shit in hell. Yeah, that guy was like, I mean, if the chuds think that clips of me saying that Charlie Kirk is shitty and that I'm glad he's dead are going to like get me in trouble, like I want to be in trouble with the chuds so that they come and call into my show and get demonstrated to be total fucking cowards. Ethan sent $2 to say, how many people are expected to be at the Jake Lang event on Saturday? I have no fucking idea. On either side, left or right, I've like good or bad, I have no idea at all, like what the expected turnout is. So that's why we're going to talk contingencies. This may be a lot of hubbub for nothing to happen. This may be a lot of planning. Like there's like people making fun of me in the chat for like, oh, you have like an action plan for your team. And it's like, yeah, I have a fucking action plan for my team. It's going to be fucking crazy potentially. But I've also been telling the team, it might be a lot of hubbub and gear and meetings for like 5 minutes of like 30 seconds of him driving by in a vehicle, being scared of the crowd and leaving. Like it might not even happen. So we're just trying to prepare for all the contingencies, including a lot of people showing up. Frankie sent $1 for the new chair setup. Stop hurting yourself 4 hours a day. Yeah. I mean, my posture is terrible, so maybe I shouldn't be sitting here celebrating the fact that I like this chair because maybe it's got something to do with it. I think it's just mostly me being inattentive of my posture. That's the problem. Over on Buy Me a Coffee, Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, you got to look after your back, mate. 4+ hours a day on a wooden torture device won't do you any favors. That's probably true. The Spooby sent $5 to say, I'm sure the show needs a few Sharpies or something. Keep up the amazing work. It actually does. I just put it on the list that the Sharpies that I use to draw the signs are getting like frayed at the end. They're drying out and like the text doesn't look as crisp. It is on my list to buy new fat Sharpies. So thank you. Thank you very much, the Spooby. All right. Enough donations. Nope, not enough donations. Fuck. Callie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition chair fund. Keep up the great work, man. Thank you for the $10. And then from Rebecca, thank you for the $20. I second getting that chair. Your back is going to look like a question mark if you stay in that one. God, man, you guys, I didn't realize there's going to be so much fucking hate for this chair. All right, Heartbreak Joey's the only one in the queue. We'll see what he has to say about American politics and how old he is. How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
20 years old. Are you a Trump supporter?
I just wanted to come up because I'm independent. I'm not like, I don't support any politicians because they all lie. But like that comment, and like Charlie Kirk, the hate on him, whatever. But that comment you made saying you hope he gets an aneurysm, that was kind of a low blow.
Yeah, I think the president's given us warrant to use that type of language with the way that he talks about his fallen opponents and the way that he wishes death on some of his opponents. I
don't think you grew up with a mother that has had brain aneurysms and strokes all her life. So like you don't know how that affects somebody.
I'm sorry to hear that. I assume that that's what's going on with you.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of a low blow.
I'm gonna stand by it, dude. I think that I could list the terrible things that have happened in my life, the things that give me reason to say that somebody shouldn't go through something bad, and I just think that Charlie Kirk was such a reprehensible character that it's like I'm really disappointed in the zeitgeist in America in 2025 and 2026 that somebody like that gets more reverence than somebody like Melissa Hortman, who was serving her country as a politician and was murdered in her sleep by a politically motivated, literal assassin.
Everyone in chat, I hope y'all know I don't support any politics. Politics lie. Kamala would have done the same thing. If Kamala got in office, everything she said she was going to do, she would have lied about it too. Politicians lie. The government lies to us, but when we lie to the government, we get put in prison for lying to them. But then they can lie to us.
Yeah, I think that that's a problem. I agree with you on that. And I think that like lying in politics and the degree to which politicians are able to just lie through their teeth to their constituents is one of the biggest problems in American politics that I think there exists a mechanism to correct. Because it is illegal to lie in court. It's illegal to lie on the Senate floor. We have a mechanism that basically says that if you use speech in a way that demonstrates that your intent is to mislead when it comes to these important things, like the outcome of a court case or what gets discussed on the Senate or House floor, like we can say that that's wrong and hold you in contempt of Congress or hold you in contempt of court. But why is it that a politician can step out of either of those buildings, stand behind a lectern, say some bullshit to a crowd, and that doesn't get held to the same standard, even though what they're trying to affect is the outcome of elections, which is even more important than the outcome of various civil cases or any particular discussion on the House? He left. Didn't know if that's all he wanted to broach. He seemed to be in a hurry. I don't know. I don't know if he thought I was going to kick him for not being oppositional enough. But yeah, I think that there's a mechanism by which we can address politicians lying. We already have a lot of the framework around it, because you can, for example, we can say that Donald Trump is a rapist, and the reason that that's not, like, I'm not going to get in trouble for saying that is because there was a court case where he was found to have done something that judges have ruled it is reasonable to call a rape. So we just have legal permission to call him a rapist. And I think that we can do that sort of thing with saying that, like, migrant crime is a big issue or something like that. Like these lies that get told by the Republican, I think we could do a similar thing where if we ruled in court that it's just false to say this particularly obviously false thing, then it should be illegal for politicians to propagate such bullshit. But, you know, that's a touchy system because it's like, who's in charge of the court cases that determine what's true? Then you wouldn't want Trump's administration, Trump's SCOTUS, Trump's legislative branch or whatever it is, like ruling that some bullshit was true. You wouldn't want our team doing the same thing either. So like, it's touchy, I recognize, but I just think that the fact that you can't just lie through your teeth under oath in court, but you can lie through your teeth to the people whose job it is to elect you at public office, like that just seems wrong. It doesn't make sense to me at all. Jamie Ann says, so much pearl clutching. I agree. Why with all the fucking pearl clutching? Jerry sent $2 to say all donos for a new chair. By the way, posture is important. Posture is so important. I just need to be better about it. Maybe I need a better chair. I try to remind myself, but I'm awful at it. One of the ways in which I've failed to take care of myself, because I try to take pretty good care of myself, but I've definitely got some holes in that approach to longevity. Over on YouTube Super Chat, Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, I like fat Sharpies and I cannot lie. I love my fat Sharpies. I had some fat Sharpies when I started the show. I thought, you know what, I'm going to buy them even fatter than that. I got all kinds of fat Sharpies. Oskar Quentin Show, brought to you by Fat Sharpies. Well, the signs are brought to you by Fat Sharpies anyway. I don't think the show is. Let's see. The queue is empty. Look, we've defeated them all. Maybe I should have talked to that coward for longer. Like, that's always the thing. It's like, I knew I was like, he says, oh, you're going to run. And it's like, is it running for me to say that I want the show to be fair? That for us to have this conversation about political violence, I want you to show who you are because I show who I am. Nick Beat 1 is our next caller. Is it going to be a productive conversation? I genuinely hope so. It's been a long time since we've had a productive conversation about anything on this show. Hello, how old are you? That's not true. IowaGolfer was pretty productive today. Hi, how old are you?
57. We talked before.
I might remember at some point, but it's hard for me to keep all the calls straight. Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm sure. No. I was calling a little bit about what you were talking about. If you're trying to get a plan for going to this event, and you're concerned.
Well, we just need to cover some contingencies. I think I mostly know my plan. I was just saying I need to like figure out the language I want to use to discuss that plan with my team when we have our safety meeting Saturday morning.
Yeah, so that's great.
I'm interested in the if you've got thoughts, I'm interested in hearing them.
Well, from my experience, like, because I'm in the Berkeley area, and there's been some, there was a Turning Point was there recently, and I was there back when the Proud Boys had their own little safe space in barricades where they came, and they kind of had they had the advantage that our lawyer friend was talking about, where they basically could keep anyone else out. So the police were sort of kettling people around. I don't know if you experienced that in your being out there, but
I've never been kettled, but I am familiar with kettling,
which is idea.
Just for the audience, that's where the law enforcement surrounds a place and starts encroaching such that nobody can escape, and then they just arrest everybody that they've encircled. It's a way to capture all. So, like when they declare an assembly unlawful and they want you to disperse, it's a way to make sure that they get everybody who defied the orders, encircle the area that you've declared an unlawful assembly, and then encroach in until you can just systematically grab and arrest everybody.
Right, and they divert your traffic so you can't get near the place you're trying to get to, which is where these people are doing what they're doing. So that's the dynamic. So from my experience, that was like a really important thing to be prepared for. And also the agents, the provocateurs, the people that kind of get in your midst. To me, I'm sure that's part of your plan, but I think people listening need to know how important that is too, that you all have a kind of shared kind of behavior kind of idea that you're talking about.
So one thing I'm going to talk to my team about Saturday morning before we head out is that we need to look out for plants in our crowd, because we've seen it happen with people where like somebody behaves in a way that we think like, that guy feels like a plant. And this happened at the Federal Building in downtown Minneapolis, where like an ICE van pulls up and like rescues the guy, and it's like, oh, that's fucking suspicious. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. There's footage of that happening. I'm not making that shit up. That happened. I forget which court hearing it was. Yeah. So like I
believe it.
So whether it's plants from like actually from the feds, or if it's plants just like from the alt-right, like some Twitter asshole who's like shown up and like been like, oh, I'm gonna like pretend to be a leftist and be crazy and violent. I will be having a conversation with my team about keeping an eye out for those individuals, because it's hard to spot them, of course, but you can sometimes detect that somebody's going to be a problem based on their behavior, and whether somebody like that gets on our radar because they're a plant or just because they are somebody on our team who's behaving irresponsibly. Either way, we're going to want to step in and de-escalate that, and basically do what we saw. Raven, my editor, is somebody who I became friends with after one of the last times I was involved in one of these big squabbles with Savannah Hernandez. Yeah. And Raven jumped out to me in my own footage as somebody who was doing that work of being like, this person's getting a little too escalated. I'm going to go stand in front of them and be like, hey, don't stand that close to her. Don't blow your whistle that close to her ear. So we just have to make sure that like whatever fucking craziness happens, it's not a giant fucking L for our team. Cause like, I don't personally give a shit about what happens to Jake Lang. I'm not going to be so dishonest as to say that like, oh, I'm really hoping he's okay. No, that's not my motivation here. I just don't want us to get in trouble, and I don't want people to like do anything that goes against what my ethics for this type of thing is. And they're pretty they're pretty well aligned with the assault laws. So, but I'm also not going to stand for him assaulting my community members, because I am the type of person who would rather fight a guy who's just grabbed some girl's ass in the bar than have her fight him. Or like if it's her boyfriend versus the guy, I'd prefer it be me and her boyfriend versus the guy. Like I'm straightforwardly not the type to stay out of it if I see that sort of wrongdoing against somebody who can't defend themselves. Which is why I'm bringing some fucking security.
Awesome. I was gonna say, dude, bring security, and good luck with that. I don't want to take all your time. I just want to pop in.
Appreciate you, Nick. I'll let you go.
All right, late.
Yeah, fucking, it's so adorable being like, Oscar's not fighting anybody, and it's just like, like, dude, American shape, like, get up here and say it with your fucking voice. Can we get Can we get these people invited who want to fucking talk shit? Like, for fuck's sake. It's like, it's adorable. Fucking keyboard warriors. Oh shit, Candace sent me $100 on Venmo, and the only message she put in there is just "have a great day" with a heart emoji. Candace, I will. Yeah, it's it's a shame that we're having a hard time getting callers because TikTok is becoming Twitter. And they just like it's just Nazis left on here. So I appreciate you supporting the show anyway. And maybe it has to do with some of this other stuff that I'm talking about. But yeah, we're gonna have the call-in account on here soon. In fact, I'm actually gonna hop into the call-in account on this device, and I'm just gonna put a comment in the chat because we got denied live privileges. Maybe they're wise to what we're trying to do, but I'm just gonna hop in the chat and say hello with the call-in account. Follow that account if you're watching this. There's 625 of us watching on TikTok, and even if TikTok doesn't want to give this account live privileges, they will just give it live privileges if it gets 1,000 followers, I'm pretty sure. So just maybe do that, because then we can get phone number calls in without my account getting banned for whatever the phone callers say. Lucky Phil, what did he send on Buy Me a Coffee? $2 more to say, more like adorkable. Yeah, I don't know. Dork is like more of a compliment in my spheres than anything. Candace, thank you for the $100 though. Seriously, that's fucking huge. David, thank you for the $5. I've sat my ass in Herman Miller for 12 years, and it's like sitting on a cloud, worth every penny. I used to own a Herman Miller chair, but it was like inventory for like, I like owned it, but I like resold it. I like bought it in like a lot on an auction. I should have kept that fucking chair. I missed that chair. I used it for like a month, and I regret getting rid of it. I should have just kept it. Should have just called that one a personal win. But no. All right, over on Cash App. Nothing new over there. Over on YouTube Super Chat, got a few. 24 hours in the life, sent $2 to say $2 for the anti-fight Sharpie Pro Thin Blunty Fund. Am I allowed to say that on TikTok? We'll see. New chair fund. Your back end will thank you for $5 from Amaranthia. Thank you very much. Jerry sent $5 chair. Jake Lang in Dearborn, where he was saying you should do violence against Muslims, and his followers immediately did, is disgusting. Yeah, this is a guy who promotes violence, and he's trying to trick us into being violent so we get in trouble. It's fucking amazingly hypocritical. I will remind you, everybody, we are talking about a pardoned Sixer. We are talking about somebody who assaulted law enforcement on January 6th and went to federal prison for 4 years and was pardoned by Trump, and he is now emboldened by that. Trump sent this guy after us by pardoning him. It's fucking ridiculous. The Blues sent $2 to say, Oscar, Venmo won't let me send you money. Any ideas? I wonder why. Am I being deplatformed by Venmo? Unacceptable. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Buy me a coffee or Patreon or Cash App in the link tree in the bio, because I think the Blues knows that Venmo's better to get most of it to my wallet than on YouTube Super Chat, where half your money goes towards paying the algorithm to promote the show, and it doesn't actually go to my wallet. Damien sent $3 to say on Cash App, debate streamer here, would love to connect. Hit me the fuck up, dude. I love making new buddies in the debate scene. I'm still not that hard to reach, not that big yet. I can't answer all the fan mail. That makes me sad, but I do read. Sometimes it takes me about a week or two, but if you message me on Instagram, I'll at least see it soon, and feel free to pester me. I try to mention that sparingly so that my inbox doesn't immediately fill up, but if you sent me something that you really want me to respond to like a week ago or 2 weeks ago or a month ago and I haven't responded to it, feel free to send me the word ping, or just like poke, or like hello again, just bumping the message. I don't mind that. I have fucking ADHD, and I was bad at my inboxes before they were overrun by people on the internet, so sorry, genuinely. David, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Different David. Do whatever you want, homie. Chair or no chair. Yeah, now I feel obligated. I'm like, shit, I gotta buy a chair. All these people are gonna be fucking mad at me. All right. We got lots of people in the queue. We got David Crazy? I mean, Eastern European languages, that would be pronounced crazy. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 24. I want 5 seconds of your time. I'm not a Trump supporter. You reviewed the Alien website, where it's just the xenophobic fearmonger website that was trying to be all alien, but it was actually just about the migrant fearmongering. Can you do the same thing on your next friendly stream, going over the Tim Pool Jubilee video and breaking down how he's a Nazi apologist? Because I think the last caller, the only thing that'll break him free is if he sees Tim Pool for what he is, and Tim Pool's whole stream, or his whole thing on Jubilee was like, you can deconstruct it, and you could help so many people.
I watched Tim Pool's Jubilee, and I do just watch everything that Jubilee puts out, all their bigger like 20v1s and stuff, just because I think it's important for me to know what's going on in the space. I'm a little conflicted about the prospect of me being on Jubilee because of some of their practices, but I watched Tim Pool's Jubilee and thought to myself, I might want to do a 3-hour pause every 30 seconds and explain what he's doing, react video to it, which would kind of be a new format for me. But I was thinking about doing that because his behavior is like, I'm aware of Tim Pool. I've seen the clips, but like it was the first like really long form content of his that I'd taken in, other than just like trying to educate myself on who he is, because I always have to remind everybody I'm new at debate streaming. I started in February, so I'm kind of still like getting up to speed on all the talking points of all the different characters. And
you can see the both sides grift. You can see it in plain of day, where it's like, oh, he's doing it so badly.
He's doing some seriously plain as day grifting. He's doing some seriously plain as day disingenuous tactics. He's very skilled at stepping on people's toes in conversations and causing a sort of like, he does a mixture of sea lioning and gish galloping, where he'll ask a question that's like, yeah, he asked that question because it's a hard question to ask, or a hard question to answer, that you want to be able to answer to show that you can answer it. And in the moment, to the person being asked the question, that's maybe more important than the end of the sentence that you were saying. And the reason he asked the question was so that you don't get to say the end of the sentence. So then the conversation is split and you have to choose. Do I continue this really salient point that I was on, or do I which I have to allow myself to look like I'm dodging this question in order to do that? Or can I like actually just respond to the question and then get back to my point? And of course you can't, because whatever you answer his question with, he's going to then step on your toes with another question that does the same thing, and it allows him to control the decision tree. And he was doing that in such a disingenuous way throughout every second of that Jubilee, including and especially when the person sitting across the table from him was clearly somebody who was more qualified than the average 20 on a 1v20 on Jubilee. So I've actually been considering doing that. And here, yes or no chat, I'm just going to I just want people, I want to get a gauge on people's opinions on this. Let me make sure I have the YouTube chat open. Sorry,
no
YouTube chat.
No voter fraud in chat. No
voter fraud in chat. And I genuinely want the friendlies to, like, is this a priority? Should I try to make this happen in the next week or two, that I produce that content? Because it'll take like realistically 3 to 5 hours of my production time, which is like a lot for me.
I think the net benefit would, in my opinion, you would help so many people, especially like the last caller, the Groiper apologist. I think that would, you would breaking that down for them would be like night and day. So
yeah,
that's all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Give me a yes or a no in the chat. I just want to get a general sentiment about whether or not that would be useful for me. Thanks, David. I appreciate the suggestion. Oh, see, he expected me to kick him without him saying goodbye. He's too polite. W. David. Yeah, somebody says no. Yeah. It's always fun when like I can like look at a queue like a poll like this and see like people we're voting on whether or not I should do like a breakdown, like react to, pause it and react, keep it playing to Tim Pool's Jubilee to break down his disingenuous tactics. Because he's remarkably disingenuous. He's not a moderate at all. Anyway, I think that would be good. But it's fun to see the no's sometimes, because sometimes the no's are from people who like are clearly just opposition that won't want me to do it. But I definitely see some no's from some people here who I see as friendlies in the chat. Nick Beat says that I'm uniquely qualified. Yeah, like if I was there, which maybe I should have applied. I could have been there with fucking Santana and Jacob Ekman. But I like if I was there, I wouldn't, if he tried that shit on me, I would do the thing I do on this show where I would point out that that's what he's doing, ask him not to do that, and say, we were talking about this topic, can we stay on this topic? And I would and then he almost had somebody who tried to do that with him, and then he said, well, that's not the topic, and if you're not going to discuss the topic with me, then I can just leave. I don't need to be here. And it's like, oh, you're running away from somebody putting a magnifying glass on your behavior on this very program that you're sitting on right now. And if you think that you can just like, oh, I actually, that's not the topic that we're discussing, so there's no reason for you to be saying any of those things. And it's just like, super fucking mega disingenuous. Thank you. I think I'm going to do that because the chat seems pretty, especially on YouTube, chat seems pretty interested in me doing that. Might do it as a live stream so I can get comments and like live like questions from people who have questions about my thoughts or can point things out about what he's saying. Like maybe we can kind of group source a little bit of the commentary on that, because people in the chat definitely notice things that slip by me, because I can only put my attention on so much. So I might do that as an evening show. Ooh, maybe I'll do that as an evening show, and then that'll be the makeup evening show because we didn't have one on Sunday. I shall think about that. Thank you very much, my Les Erickson. Thank you for the $7 on YouTube Super Chat. Shout out from the Great White North. Please don't hurt us. Trying not to. Jazz sent $2 to say, by the way, did you listen to the music I sent you on Discord? I have a music playlist that I created with some of the stuff that people have sent me on Discord. Feel free to ping me if I missed it. I'm not always great about getting those into my YouTube playlist for music to explore. Pat in the chat sent $5 to say, Tim Pool championing the America is heading towards civil war is 100% on brand for a Russian asset. Yeah, that was like a particularly disingenuous like section of the show. Jerry sent $2 to say, make YouTube polls fight against voter fraud. It's so much more fun to farm engagement, but like people ask like, why don't you actually set up polls in the chat? Like, why do you just poll the chat? And it's better for engagement if I just get the chat screaming on a poll, I think. And then it's more fun. I love the gag of calling out the voter fraud because it's just, I just don't feel free to call out friendlies who are committing voter fraud in the chat. Do not commit fucking voter fraud in the chat. It's just very funny to me that it's only the opposition that are so frequently concerned about voter fraud that are willing to say no 15 times when polled in a TikTok chat because they just don't even consider that it's wildly hypocritical because these people don't even consider what the implications of their actions are. They just think if they feel like doing it, then that necessarily means it's okay. And then they work backwards to their justification from there. So it's just such a delightful gotcha to be like, guys, why are the 5 people watching this that are opposition that are making a stink in the chat, but too big of a coward to come up and talk to me? Why are you committing voter fraud in my chat? How fucking dare you, given what your platform is about right now? I find it very funny. Ruby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. For Chair, also, do you have any advice for being in a relationship with someone who says, I don't have time to care about politics, love your content? Rough go, Ruby. That's hard if you're in a relationship with somebody who feels that way. If you're in a relationship with somebody, and this is the sort of thing that I think, like when people say that their family members or their friends don't want to vote or just like don't want to get involved, you can always leverage and just say, hey, if it's important to me, it should be important to you, right? Like that's the sort of thing that I try to do in my relationships where it's like, even if I don't see the value in something, like if it's important to you, if the utility to you is great and the cost to me is small, like that's the sort of thing that we can facilitate in a relationship because I want to do things that are good for my partner in a relationship. Like that should be its own win. So if you saying that like, hey, I think it's important for you to like learn a little bit about what's going on because I'm really concerned and it's really important to me that both of us are educated about this, or like, hey, I'm going to go vote, like, maybe you vote in the same precinct, and I'd really appreciate it if you came with me and cast your ballot. Like that would just really make me feel better if we don't vote in the same place. Like, just consider it a personal favor to me. I'd really appreciate it if you got involved in that way. And I genuinely think it's appropriate to leverage that from people in your life. You can say, hey, it's really important to me that you do this. Please do this. And then I think it's hard for people who like are maybe a little hands off for some admittedly relatable reasons. If it's overwhelming and like uncomfortable or difficult, or you don't know where to start, or you just don't like all of the hate and bad language and stuff, like a lot of people don't want to listen to a show like this just because it's fucking mean and dark and unhappy half the time. Like we have our like bright moments that make the fucking audience cry, but like I can forgive someone emotionally for being a little averse to engaging with this stuff, even if they're on the right side of it, were they to be brought up to speed. I think that for somebody that you're in a personal relationship to, if you're sending me $1 to ask what you should do about it, it seems to me like it's important enough to you that you should be able to convey to a partner that it's important enough to you and should be important to them. In the same way that I might watch a show I don't like if my significant other really loves it, right? Like that's a small ask in a relationship, and I think that getting a little bit politically involved is. I have arguments that for everybody having good reason to get politically involved because politics affects everybody. And there's like a bigger argument about how it's silly to not be involved in politics in the first place. But if that's not effective on them, I advise you to just say, hey, it's important to me. It should be important to you. I think you can say that to a partner. If you're serious about each other, if you're serious about your life together, it's just, important stuff is important. Light Blinded Fool, thank you for the $25 on Buy Me a Coffee. Chair, couch, hammock, Sharpie, crayons, whatever fund. We do have crayons. For when the Philbros start giving me their terrible arguments, I start writing them down with crayons, and they usually get pretty offended when they realize I'm writing down their postulates with crayons. But hey, if their postulates weren't so silly, I'd write them with something other than crayon. What do we got here? All right. We got people in the queue. We got Mr. Ping in the queue. Let's see what he has to say. Hello. How old are you? Hello? Hello? Are you there? It's a satire account with 144,000 followers. Goodbye. That's KK2U4X. I don't know. Hello, how old are you? Hello? Is it just people who don't know that they were in the queue today? Hello? Not today. Goodbye. And it did sound like the other person was driving. Oh, here we go. King Kaido 37. Have we spoken to him? I feel like I recognize the username. We'll see. Hello, how old are you? Cody Whitaker says we're oblivious maxing today. The callers are always oblivious maxing. They are oblivious to nuance. They are oblivious to actual details. It was fucking fun yesterday having that guy bring me that poor little fucking Andrew Wilson disciple or whatever the fuck he was, bring me that legal document and then get mad at me for trying to read it with the help of a lawyer. He just didn't even know what his own evidence said because he had just been told that this document was evidence of something and he just couldn't even... Oblivious to what his own evidence is. Oh man. But that's it. Double tap on the screen if you're here on TikTok. What else should you do? Ooh, you should follow the call-in account because we're trying to get it live privileges and we're having a fucking hard time for some reason. So here, I'll hop back in and I'll say hello with the call-in account. Call-in line 001. Get following on that account. How many followers does it have right now? Has 271. I think we can make it more than that. Swoops says MAGA request up unless y'all have finally given in. Yeah, I think that's what's going on with a lot of them, and especially my show. I just think that a lot of these debate school graduates that think that they have enough talking points to survive a conversation with me. No, I don't think you do. Bummed about the Dean drama. Hope it doesn't happen to me. It will. I'm prepared for it. I even before it happened to Dean, I do just deal with a pretty reasonably large amount of hate from the right. Every now and then I have a brush with somebody Asmongold or somebody like that, and then I get a lot of death threats for a week, and then it kind of calms down to the normal baseline of just a couple a day. So I knew what I was signing up for when I decided to pursue this to the degree that I did, because it was long before I had any success debate live hosting that I started getting a lot of death threats and having those brushes with the right because of my time during Metro Surge here in Minneapolis. So yeah, it's going to happen to me. I talk with my girlfriend about how to handle it, when she starts getting death threats, if people figure her out or whatever. And I talk to her about the degree to which I talk about her on the show, because we've decided that I don't want to just pretend I don't have a girlfriend. I'm the call-in account. Somebody's asking, so I'm just going to put it back in the chat. I'm the call-in account. Let's see. Can I request up? No, I can't. Don't have live access yet. Yeah, so I don't want to have to pretend that I did something other than spend time with my girlfriend yesterday. I don't want to have to step on my own toes so much to lie about that stuff. We've discussed that. But yeah, we expect there to be hoaxes and allegations and just all sorts of nonsense. It's part of the fucking game we're playing, unfortunately, because I wish I could just say, hey, freedom of speech, go have fun out there and debate live host or whatever. But no, you're gonna be harassed. It's not for the thinly skinned. That should be obvious to everybody. Same thing about things like Saturday. I wish I could say it was safe to go out and just share your voice on a day like Saturday, but I don't think it is. I think it takes some bravery to participate in these things. And I don't like to sidestep that. But Jerry sent $5 to say, Asmon is covering you. That's how you know you're in the right. Oh yeah, he's hated me since before any of you knew who I was. He's hated me since January. Because of a scrape I had with Cam Higbee. But that was before I was good at this. So I wish I'd recorded my conversation with Cam Higbee, because he just of course cut out a shitty segment of it, and then even in the part of it that he released, he's oh, so you're saying this, and I'm no, I didn't say that. And then they just posted it as the gotcha of they got him saying pro-violence, and it's oh dude, it At the time, I didn't have a following. I was just a guy who knew who Cam Higbee was, who was like trying to talk to him about what the fuck he was doing. But whatever. Fucking CroomReaper's back. Does he really want me to be that successful? Does he want to help my engagement that much? Let's see what the fuck he's got to say today.
I'll help you. I'll help you get a little bit more famous. It's good for the clips, right?
I don't know if you are that good for the clips. You kind of yell over like me in a way that like makes it that they're just kind of hard to follow. Like, and that, I think that's your tactic, is that like if in conversation with you, I have any kind of gotcha, you just yell over me enough that it's hard to follow. So it does kind of ruin the clip. How old are you again?
I'm 32. So
God damn, you're 32?
Your issue is not that you have a gotcha. Your issue is, say for example, yesterday I made a claim. You kept on misinterpreting that claim. You got a lawyer up here. The lawyer couldn't sit there and say that anything that I said was wrong. I gave you actual evidence on the rules of it. Your lawyer kept saying that these files, there was nothing in the files of significance. That's why they could be deleted.
What was his? Yeah, I mean, again, I show
you. You keep cutting me off as soon as I start making a point. That's one thing you do too. I showed you where it said in the rules that all associated files, and I showed you in the rules what's in the files, and then your buddy there was saying, oh, well, just because they're copies, it doesn't mean it's bad. No, because if you wanted to do an audit, you would want the original source. And then yesterday, he then said that I was using an analogy wrong, and I told you to look up the definition of analogy. You wouldn't do it because you both were completely wrong in saying that my analogy was wrong. I mean, and it's dishonest, man. Like, you're not good at
the reason I didn't want to look up the definition of the word analogy is because I don't think that the definition of an analogy would give us a good answer on like our opinion that your analogy was bad, because the thing that you were trying to relate didn't relate well enough. I don't even remember what that was, though. I don't remember what that point was.
Finish. So the point was that if you would allow me to finish the analogy, right? So the analogy is, if something was to go wrong in this election, you would want to know the original source and have the original source, so that way you can find out what happened.
Oh, yeah, and you use diseases as the analogy, but because of mutations, I don't accept the analogy.
Well,
yeah.
that doesn't need to be part of the.
You can trace a disease back to its source, actually, because of the genetic.
How about a virus? How about a virus?
A virus is a subset of things that we call diseases. Viruses are diseases, but not all diseases are viruses.
So then, why are computer viruses called virus?
Because the analogy there has to do with the replication, not the fidelity. But your example,
guys, that's not even the point. The point wasn't
your concern. See, look at that. You're talking over me because I immediately had a good answer to your question, which is that what's important. I did. I immediately answered. Can I explain my answer further?
That wasn't the point.
Can I explain my answer further?
Go ahead.
The reason we call computer viruses, because originally the way they spread is they duplicated themselves and spread themselves to new hosts, which regular viruses do. And so that makes it a good analogy when it comes to the spread of viruses. But if we're talking about the safety of information, the mechanism of spread is not important. The fidelity is important, which is why using viruses as an analogy for that sort of thing, for file copying isn't a good example, because what matters isn't the copying, it's the fidelity of the copying.
So once again, this is what you like to do.
Do you know what the word fidelity means in this context? I just want to be sure.
I just let
Not everybody knows what I
already.
For my audience, I just want to make sure you understood what I said. Can you just tell the audience what I mean? You're not going to answer what fidelity means in this context? We're not going to move on. We're not going to move on until you answer what fidelity means in this context.
This is so funny.
Because the bigger thing to do would have been to say, hey, what do you mean by fidelity? And I would have told you, and I'm going to tell the audience in a minute, but I don't think that you can tell me what fidelity means in this context because I don't think you know.
I don't really care, because that wasn't the point of my argument.
So you don't understand my argument, you don't understand what I'm saying, and you don't care what I'm saying, because your pride is so big that you like can't admit that you didn't know what a word means. And I wouldn't even fault you for not knowing what that word means in this context. It's kind of a technical word, but just to show to my audience that you actually know what you're talking about, can you try to see what I meant by fidelity here?
See, what you're doing right now is you're pivoting and you're trying to get
I'm staying on. I just gave an argument. You said my argument was bad. But you don't understand what a word means.
This is such bad faith. You keep interrupting. We went now from my analogy to you sitting here trying to heart me on a single word.
The problem I have with your analogy has to do with the fidelity, and you don't know what fidelity means in this case.
You don't even let me finish it. I have not yet to finish my analogy. Can you let me finish it?
My concern with your analogy from yesterday that I had yesterday before you even called in today is the fidelity.
That you're so scared.
Why don't you want to admit that you don't know what fidelity means so I can teach you and we can move on with the conversation?
In what manner? Because fidelity can mean a lot of different things. It has multiple definitions. So which definition specifically do you want me to give you context
Fidelity as it has to do with copying, making duplicates of things.
You just gave the definition. That's pretty much what it is.
No, I'm saying fidelity could mean in a relationship.
You just described it yourself.
Well, in a relationship, fidelity has to do with cheating.
My dude, are you
when it comes to copying, fidelity has to do with what is my question to you.
Okay, so is a virus...
In a relationship, fidelity has to do with like cheating and honesty. In copying, what does fidelity have to do with? That's the context we're talking about fidelity in.
So in the context of fidelity, as far as like what you're talking about with viruses, like are you talking about computer viruses or human viruses?
The word fidelity is relevant to whether we're copying computer viruses or biological viruses or election data.
Which one specifically are you talking about? Because just like you said a second ago, the viruses are different from computers than versus humans. What we would get is like a virus.
I think it's pretty clear that you don't know what the word fidelity means in this context. Can you just?
I'm trying to give you a specific definition that you're asking for. Is
Dude,
it in the context
it's so
of a virus
simple.
For a
it's so simple. What? No, whether it's he was removed due to violations of community guidelines. Interesting. I didn't even get the button. How interesting. Fidelity here means how accurate the copy is. So like if you have a good fidelity copy, that means that the copy is identical. Like perfect fidelity would be the copy is identical to the original. And not so good fidelity would mean like if a virus like duplicates, there's not always perfect fidelity for the genes in the virus. Sometimes there's mutations, and those mutations happen with a frequency that makes viruses a pretty bad analogy for like copying a computer file, where data integrity is, as Troop just said in the chat, is preserved generally. It's pretty rare for two copied files on a computer to be different from one another by like a 1 or a 0 because of some computer glitch or cosmic ray hitting the transistor at exactly the right time, that sort of thing. And there's actually software mechanisms to make that even less likely. The example I gave yesterday is a lot of software that requires really high fidelity has either hardware situations, like you can have RAM where instead of 8 bits per byte, you have 9 bits per byte, and the 9th bit is a check byte, such that if one of the bits gets lost, you can use the 9th to add up the value of all the ones and zeros and get whether it's an odd or even one, and the last byte tells you whether it's supposed to be an odd or an even number, and that way, with that additional byte, you can lose one of the bits in the byte, you can lose 1/8 of the data and still have the answer. There's those sorts of hardware solutions. ECC RAM is what that is. It's self-correcting memory that's used in servers and things like in data centers. One of the reasons RAM's getting so expensive is because manufacturers are focusing on making that type of RAM instead of consumer grade RAM. Furthermore, they, in addition to handling it with hardware in the way that I just described, you can also handle fidelity in terms of data copying by having software that copies the file multiple times, checks the copies against each other and against the original, and then says, okay, these all match, therefore we can be sure that the copies are correct. Now let's delete the superfluous copies and keep the one that we just checked using the superfluous copies as original. That's one strategy for assessing data integrity. But yeah, the whole problem with a caller like CroomReaper is that he has so much pride around not knowing what the word means in that context that he's unwilling to admit that he doesn't know it. But it's not even a W if he didn't know that. I was just trying to make sure that he understood like what I was saying to him. Like that's all it was. Like I use the word fidelity to refer to this principle that makes your analogy bad in the ways that matter to me. And he's just too prideful to admit that he doesn't know what I mean by that for me to just explain it to him. So I have to, I could have just told him, but I wanted to drag it out and be like, look at how dishonest this little twerp is. He's too dishonest about his knowledge to just admit that he doesn't know I know what fidelity means. It could mean lots of things here. Which definition do you want? Give me more, I want to make sure I get it right. Tell me which definition. No, he's like, dude, it's very obvious what fidelity means in this fucking context. Troop is saying he doesn't understand data. Well, that's just it. It's like, Troop says, okay, Oskar knows IT. Yeah, surprise, surprise. I'm knowledgeable about IT. another hat I've worn. But yeah, it's like, I'm perfectly, when somebody says a word I don't know, that happened yesterday where he gave me an initialism, an acronym, EDP, what was it? Electronic poll data, EPD or EPR, something like that. It's something to do with elections. And I said, "Oh, what's that initialism? I don't know what that means. Please tell me what that means." And he was like, "Google it, you dumbass." And I'm just like, dude, like, I'm admitting I didn't understand the words you just said. I'm trying to understand your argument. EPB, it was electronic poll books. That's what it was. Thank you for reminding me and maybe solidifying that, because now I got some spaced repetition. Learned that yesterday morning, learned it now 24 hours later. For me to remember that for the rest of my life, maybe somebody remind me on Monday and then it'll stay. But if I don't get another reminder, it might get lost. Anyway, I'm perfectly just willing to be like naked and open about the things that I know and don't know. And that's a much better way to navigate these things. And I wouldn't have gotten good at debating as quickly as I did if I wasn't open and honest about the things I didn't know. Because there was like 2 months of me running this show where I would just say to somebody, I have no idea about this topic. I don't think I'm qualified to debate you on this. And they'd be like, W me. And I'd be like, all right, if you think so, I guess I'll read a fucking book about this next week or something. Goodbye. Al sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say the normal amount of a couple of death threats per day. Totally normal. Yeah. About I would say 1 or 2 a day. 1 to 3. Like, some days it's 0. But I also don't see them all, because I know that, like, the ones I get on YouTube, like, I'll get a notification that'll be a death threat. And then, like, I click on it to be like, all right, I should probably go block that account. But, like, by the time I click on it, it's gone. Like, so I, like, click on it, and then it brings me to the comments for that new video I just uploaded, and there's 3 comments there, and none of them are the death threat, and I didn't remember the username. It's just gone. So I don't know how many I get sent that get caught by, like, the auto flag system. But who knows how many Instagram just doesn't send to me, right? Like, I don't know how they handle it. But the ones I see, 0 to 3 a day. I would say an average of 1 per day when there's nothing interesting happening. If I have a big video going on, like we had a video that got 1 million views and got like 10,000 followers from it last week, I was getting more it went up to like 5 or 10 a day for a couple of days there. Like, that's pretty normal. Canadian Princess sent $5 to say, you won't let me finish. Wine's man interrupting Oscar every 5 seconds. Yep. Law of the Wild's back. I only invited you because we had CroomReaper back on, but he got auto-kicked by TikTok for something. I don't even know what.
Oh, well, that sucks. I was on Zoom court and I had you muted, but then I saw that Captain Dunning-Kruger came back up, so I was curious. Well,
I told him that the problem with the analogy he had about like viruses being a good analogy for like election files is the fidelity and the copying, and then I got him in this gotcha where I was like, please tell to the audience what fidelity means in this context, and he squirreled around, proudly declaring that he knew what I meant and said, like, which definition? Give me more details so I know what you're talking about. And I'm like, we're talking about viruses copying themselves, files being copied, or anything being copied, really. What does fidelity mean in that context? And I told him that I'm not going to fault him for not knowing. I'm going to fault him for proudly pretending he knows and stalling the entire conversation. So I just got through talking to the audience about what fidelity means when it comes to copying things. But you know, he made himself look like a real ass, and he's removed for the day, I guess.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I would have loved to continue the conversation. I did actually do a little bit of case law research yesterday, and it's interesting, but I'll save that for next time he feels like coming up and thumping out his chest.
Appreciate you, Law of the Wild. We'll talk soon, I'm sure. Goodbye, Law of the Wild. W's in the chat for Law of the Wild. I'll put W Law from the call-in account, because got to get following call-in line 101. W Law from them. Follow that account. Everybody @tag that account so people can find the message and follow that account. Let's see, how many followers are we up to on it? It was 271 when I checked a second ago. It's 299 now. If we can get 1,000, I think we'll end up with some followers, or we'll end up with live privileges. So let's keep working on that. Gotta constantly worry about staying safe IRL and online. Unfortunate times we live in. Keep up the good work. Wanting only the best for you and yours. Valid Orchid, thank you very much for the $5 and very much for the kind words. I'm glad I got jaded about dying before I became a live host. I was pretty jaded about dying. I think it took me I was already getting pretty jaded about the possibility of me dying for the cause. Like when Metro Surge was happening, and then when Renee Good got killed, I was like, all right, like that's like what might be in for me. And then I saw Alex Preddy get murdered, and I was like, all right, like that's the type of shit that I'm getting up to, is yelling at ICE agents like that. standing in the way of standing between ICE agents and the women they assault. That's the sort of way that I spend my time. I guess they might shoot you 10 times for that. So I was living with that for a few months that like made it like that, you know, threats from fucking keyboard warriors on the internet just don't really feel as real as any of that. So like, whatever, fucking come at me, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck about these fucking text messages on my screen. They aren't real. It's fucking cowards behind them. These people are demonstrated to be cowards by the fact that they're sending them at all. And I'm just okay with the fact that people know where I am enough that if somebody wanted to kill me, they could. Hang posters of me if that happens. Ethan, thank you for the $5. No such thing as perfect fidelity. Entropy is a thing. Yeah, well, I could say that there's you can have perfect fidelity with digital copies, but not analog copies, where you could say that two hard drives that have the same files on them at the molecular level don't have perfect fidelity. They aren't going to be perfect copies of each other. Correct. But you could say that, like, you could look at a file and look at all the ones and zeros and see all of them the same and argue that those two files are informationally identical. But that just has to do. And in the analog world we live in, you're right. In the digital world of information, you're wrong. Jerry sent $5 to say, as someone in IT, I appreciate the accurate description of computer virus. Hey, got one. Let's see what Blooberger has to say. Because nobody else is in the queue. How you doing, Blooberger?
Hey, thanks for having me up. I'm okay. I just wanted to maybe give some talking points as far as, because I see everybody's having a hard time getting callers, and there's some, I think, columns to MAGA and the Republican Party that we can kind of pitch away at. One of them is the hearing for Major Jason Watson is today.
Yeah, Jason Watson, who in uniform disparaged the current administration, which is something that servicemen are not supposed to do. He went to the steps of the Capitol and held up a sign that said impeach, convict, remove, which is specifically a violation of a law, or I don't know exactly how it works, but he, as a serviceman, you are not supposed to disparage elected officials or people in the command structure in uniform. So he was doing some civil disobedience by breaking that rule. When is that hearing? Do you know?
It's today.
Oh, shit!
But that's a historic thing, and it's also not being covered. Like, you are going to be really hard pressed to find any mention of him at all in mainstream media. And I think it's super relevant because the military, or the support of the military and soldiers, is a key component to the right. And like, I think it's a really good idea to ask vets to come up, like point your sign at military service. Like, you have a gold mine in Raven, and having people in your proletariat as well. You know, you have people that have served that have some really strong things to say right now. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on, so I had a hard time seeing what you popped up. Were you able to find better cases of it being talked about?
I just threw up some of the imagery of him being arrested for the audience. I wasn't looking at the news about today because I don't see anything from today. But over the last couple of days, there's some networks that are talking about him being detained again. But yeah, I've got a post-it hanging from the monitor, which means deal with that today. So I'll be keeping an eye on his case. I've got office time today.
And the military in general. I think with the war, that's very unpopular. We see the sailors and the Marines on the Abraham Lincoln are very discontent, as are their families. So, you know, even if serving people currently serving aren't comfortable to speak about it, their families maybe, and that's the other dynamic.
I got her permission. I got her permission to talk about it on the show. But my girlfriend is a veteran of the Navy, so she's got big fucking opinions about the USS Abraham Lincoln right now. So I've been getting educated on that from her.
And so that's a big pillar that I think you can swing. And you've had other people that have talked about, hey, can I have my MAGA parents come up? Like we always see, especially with the young kids, like, well, I grew up in a MAGA family. Like, that's been their environment. So deconstructing that, I think, is key to the cause as far as, you know, addressing the fascism. And just real quickly, the other one I think is religion, right? Is faith. This. You know, like, I'm an atheist, I think, as well as you are. I think you mentioned in the past, you know, you've been kind of a Hitchens mentee. philosophical, religious debates are also something that's going to help them decouple, especially because it's so blatantly hypocritical to the teaching, to the Christian. To
well,
the
and I think there's I think in terms
said.
of the deconstructing that's needed from a lot of people in MAGA, there is just an enclave of them where there's a brick wall at some religious line, which is why I do have a religion debate planned for my evening show. I'm gonna have one of my regular past callers or somebody who's been a guest on the evening show before come back, and we are just gonna do the straight up like, I believe in God, you don't. Let's fucking think. Let's think about this, man.
Let's use the term religious Republicans, and maybe get away from the MAGA and Trump so much, because there are a host of people that are still going to vote Republican that don't necessarily consider themselves MAGA, right? So getting at that other column, I guess it is. It's just stuff I've been thinking about in how to reach more people and how to really address the foundation, the underlying cause of why we're where we're at. By the way, on that, you talk about the health index between countries or states, right?
Human development.
It was really interesting when you were talking with. Yeah. When you were, I think it was 2 days ago, you had somebody who was talking about the Middle East and ethno-states. Well, like, if you look at a percentage of people that believe in religion, they rank lower on those scales. The top ones don't have a high percentage of people that are deeply immersed in
the critics
belief,
of HDI. The critics of HDI are very frustratingly so interested in pointing out the outliers, where they're like, look at this, look at Israel. You don't like Israel, and it ranks highly, and I can explain the reason why, because the HDI doesn't consider the way you treat other countries. It's just not measured in that at all, and so there's pretty obvious things about Israel that get it ranking high. Or you could say something about Switzerland, where it's this is where wealthy people store their money, so their population is disproportionately wealthy, and they're able to pay for the things that they need. So again, without considering the disparity between what life is like in Switzerland and what life is like on the rest of planet Earth, Switzerland's an outlier, Iceland's an outlier because it's like a Western island nation in the middle of the Atlantic. That's weird. But once again, we can look at something where there's an obvious trend, and if the opposition is like, well, look at the couple of outliers, that to me just screams of disingenuousness, because obviously, on average, across the board, across the 200 countries that are recognized by HDI, roughly 200 countries, fucking clearly the ones with a higher score are nicer places to live on average than the other places, even if that maybe isn't true for every individual person. But yeah, it's frustrating that they don't take those sorts of measures all that seriously. But you're right that one of the trends we see is that it is the less religious places that tend to rank higher.
And also that the Christian nationalists want to turn this country into a ethno-Christian state. And so there's the obvious hypocrisy there, but they want us to be more like Israel than, say, Sweden. And so I think that's pretty low fruit for you to talk about and make some, and I think you'll be really good at debating that. And I know you don't want friendlies up for too long. Hopefully I can engage some people in the chat that are listening and not willing to come up and engage in conversation. But the last thing, I have to say, fuck you, Jessie, for putting it the call-in line, because my first name is Colin. So whenever you guys say it, a lot of times I'm walking my dog or doing something else, and I just hear you saying my name, which feeds my heart. But at the same time, maybe figure out something else.
Colin, I'm very sorry. That time I said your name, I meant it. But yeah, I'll. Thanks for all that, and I'll open the queue to see if we can get a caller, but appreciate you as always.
Thanks again.
W. Colin, or Blooberger, or Paradox of Tolerance, as his username used to be. Over on Venmo, Michelle, thanks very much for the $40. She said, fellow Minneapolitan here, you are such a refreshing debate voice. Love how you listen, educate, and take no shit from your trolls. Huge fan. See you on the streets. Yeah, for my fucking Minneapolis people, I will obviously be fucking busy while Jake Lang is present, but we do intend on getting there early and staying a bit long, depending on if I get arrested or something like that. Say hi. I do get recognized in public a fucking lot. It's kind of crazy how frequently I get recognized in public, but it really kind of like cheers me up that like random people in my community thank me for what I'm doing while I'm walking down the street. So if you see me, feel free to say hi. Doesn't bother me. There's like a couple of celebrities that I really care about where like if I ever run into them, I'm like glad to know that I've like followed them for long enough to know that like if I see Adam Savage, he's one of my favorite people. Like I know that he is okay with me saying hello and telling him that he's one of my favorite people. I know that he likes that, and that's like it's a nice little nugget for me to sit on if I ever cross paths with him. So same for me. If you see me, you know, I might be busy. Like I don't know, maybe exercise some tact if I'm on a date or something. But say hi. I appreciate it. So yeah, Michelle, maybe I'll get to shake your hand and thank you for the $40. Jason, thank you for the $2. He needed to stall so his Discord could feed him the definition of fidelity. Well, that's just it. It's like if he was running away from the definition of fidelity and didn't like he had plenty of fucking time to like side Google that. I was watching carefully to see if he teacupped though. Like if he teacupped to try to get a quick definition. Frankie sent another buck to say, we use I'm not educated to show what we want to be in good faith to the argument and learn new information. They use I'm not educated as a way of trying to get away from their lack of curiosity. Well, that's just it. Like he said he doesn't care what I meant by infidelity. And I'm like, well, like, or not infidelity, about fidelity generally when it comes to copying. And that was my problem with his analogy. So if you're not interested in the argument that I'm making, you have called into the wrong show, because what happens on the show is you say things and then I make arguments about them. So like, come on, dude, get with the fucking program. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say he never engages in good faith. I don't see an upside to keep bringing him up other than for engagement. Is exploitation of a dumb fuck unethical? It can be fun, but someone has legit mental issues. Where do we draw the line? Are we talking about CroomReaper? Because yeah, I'm definitely abusing him for engagement. Like there's something educational to learning that such a character is willing to like refuse to admit he doesn't know the definition of a word that he just can't define. But it is good for the show in terms of it being pushed out to more people. It is good to have that type of person on. But that's what I'm always talking about on this show. Some people don't like that I spend so much time talking about it, but hey, there's no callers, so I can talk about whatever the fuck I want. But yeah, that's always the balance. Like, are we doing something productive or are we doing something entertaining that makes the show bigger and more profitable so that we can do more time doing productive things? Or is it some mixture of the both? I don't know. Anyway, I think that's all the donations. I'm pretty sure I'm caught up. So we do have somebody who just appeared in the queue. Frog Adventure. We're going to see what type of adventure this conversation takes us on. Hopefully an interesting one. Hello. How old are you? Hello. Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta expand this. Okay. That awkward moment when you're wearing Nikes and you can't do it. I hope this doesn't turn on us. I'm a little worried about where this is going. About to pull these steaks off the grill. It's my neighbor's grill, but he went inside and I don't think he can see me. Okay, peculiar. Threw out my back sleeping and tweaked my neck sneezing, so I'm probably just one strong fart away from complete paralysis. If you sneeze and fart at the same time, your body takes a screenshot. Oh, how fun. This is weird. How much dip would a dipshit shit if a dipshit could shit dip? Lots, I expect. Why is everyone at the gym asking me why I'm sitting still on the stationary bike? I'm going downhill, dude. Mind your business. Emily, I also love whatever this is. This is a breath of fresh air. We're having a little fun here. If I'm in your pocket, take your phone out and look at the screen. Some funny shit's happening. You're riding a horse full speed. There's a giraffe next to you and a lion chasing you. What do? Get your drunk ass off the carousel. I needed this today. This is good. Confuse your doctor by putting on rubber gloves at the same time he does? Yeah, I'm still here. I'm waiting for more. Hold your signs up a pinch higher. My YouTube stream is framed a little bit higher. Don't point them up. We can't read them now. Just make yourself a little taller. There we go. Just a little bit. There we go. No matter how bad it gets. Ah! Oh no! I didn't read the rest. Ah! No! He's going down. He's gonna go get it. I think maybe I'm gonna advise people to follow this account. I think there we go. No matter how bad it gets, I'm always rich at the dollar store. How nice. That apple a day thing is a lie. Apples are dangerous. Just look at Eve, Snow White, Blackberry, or any pig at a luau. Yeah. Apples are dangerous, obviously. Yep. Yes. Okay, yes. In 1998, don't get in a car with strangers. 2008, don't meet people from the internet alone. 2019, Uber. Order yourself a stranger from the internet and get into a car alone. Caitlin sent a buck to say, more frog, whatever this is. Hey, Walmart, don't get pissed at me if I forget to scan something. You literally gave me 0 training before making me a cashier. Boss, you should have been here at 8. Me? Why? What happened at 8? Wait, boss, why are you late? Someone told me to go to hell. I couldn't find it at first, but now I'm here. All right, Frog. You got one more. Pick your favorite one. You got one more. Can't let it go on forever. I post a lot of stupid, silly crap on here for one reason, so that you might forget about your problems and laugh, or at least smile for a moment or two. That is what makes me happy. I think that's a really good reason to go follow Frog. And peace out from Frog. Frog, I'm going to kick you for the algorithm. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate your positivity. How lovely was that? It's usually when something unusual happens on this show, it's something horrible. That was quite nice. W Frog. W Damien, did I answer this one? Debate streamer here would love to connect. No, I did already answer that one. I said message me, which he, I'm sure probably already did, but I haven't looked yet because I'm on the air. Even though the Republicans like to say that it's silly for me to say that I'm on the air because this isn't a radio show. Tough shit. I will be on the radio very soon. Got a contact who's gonna put me on the airwaves here in the Twin Cities. Wonder if I should use my radio voice. What if I did that? If I hosted a radio show, but I just went full radio voice the entire time I was on the air? Blah, 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 blah. That sort of thing. It sounds exhausting. I don't think I want to do that. Love the frog emojis. Wi-Fi is an airwave. Lame argument. Well, Wi-Fi is a radio wave, to be clear, Law of the Wild. It's not an airwave. It is a wave that travels in the air, but the air is not the medium through which the wave is traveling because it's electromagnetic radiation. Let's have an argument with Law of the Wild about whether or not it's appropriate for me to say that I do a radio show, or for me to say that I'm on the air. I am on the air between my mouth and the microphone. That's how the sound gets to the show, is through the air in this room that I rent to run the show out of. I don't know. We're just yapping about nothing because as much as I appreciate the frog, I do want to get a debate going, and we don't have anybody. So I'll take a moment to get another comment in the chat from the call-in account. Hello, all. Love you. See, the call-in account is very friendly. You should follow the call-in account. And we should see how many followers it has. 307? Only 50 of you have followed, but it's the regular viewers who are here every day who are probably already following it. So, might have to make the triage call to shorten the show. Might have to dip out of here at in 30 minutes if we don't get a caller. Got 32 minutes. If I don't get a debate in the next 32 minutes, I'm going to cut the last hour of the show because it's bad for the VOD to be dead air. What's going on, Law of the Wild?
All right, I'm going to defend my statement there. When you hear the radio called on the airwaves, that's typically the radio wave.
Oh, because radio is itself not airwaves. So my argument would apply to radio as well. Okay, I concede.
Yeah, so yeah. So I'm not disagreeing with you. They are electromagnetic waves going through air at different frequencies, but in the sense that they're saying you're not on the air, you are literally on the air the same way the radio is on the air.
Well, yeah, that's true because it's not specifying airwaves. It is just on the air. Yeah, I mean, I defend it. The chuds think it's like a big gotcha to say, I didn't call in. This is a TikTok live. And I'm just like, I'm pretty sure Alexander Graham Bell would consider this a phone call.
And I'd be correct in assuming that gives you a pretty good idea of how the tenor of the rest of the conversation is going to go with that level of pedantry.
Yeah, I actually had somebody message me and say, you got to stop saying that, thanks for calling in or whatever, because it distracts from the conversation. And I messaged back and I was like, nope, I actually agree with what you just said, Law of the Wild, which is that I lay traps like that to check what type of person I'm talking to. Some of the time, when I know exactly the type of disingenuous fuck I'm talking to and the audience is surprised that I've started pulling those tactics on them, like before it was obvious, it's because I laid a couple of traps and I was like, all right, a couple things added up here for me to know that you're probably a disingenuous groiper or something. So I keep an eye on that stuff. But yeah, if you're going to be such a fucking pedant as to say that you didn't call into this show, you're probably going to be an issue of some kind.
I would agree with that strategy. But also, I wanted to say, I'll send you a message, but I think I'm free on Saturday morning if you wanted some assistance at your safety meeting.
I was actually going to ask you if you wanted to be phoned in, or potentially if you're in the cities, just like we're going to have a breakfast together at some public place. If you're at all interested in sitting at the table, but I was going to reach out and say that it'd be really great to get some words of wisdom from you just for my team. Because if mistakes get made on Saturday, I do not want anybody who got out of the car with me to make mistakes. So we're gonna try to get everybody educated about the best way to behave on Saturday.
Absolutely, yeah. As long as it's not keys, I can be there.
Cool. Perfect. I'll definitely reach out to you about that. Goodbye. Dude, I love the way he Irish goodbyes calls. It's so much better than the fucking Minnesota goodbye that so many TikTok hosts do. Like, all right, bye. I'll disconnect you now. Bye. What's going on with the chat? I'm just gonna hang out with the chat. Oh yeah, we got some people who are gonna be in that entourage who are excited that that Law of the Wild would be there. He studied wave law. On the air is an idiom. Well, that's just it. The Republicans are willing to take something like on the air to mean like something totally literal when it is just an idiom. Because when sometimes I'll text somebody back who's like pestering me, like a friend, and I'll say, hey, I'm on the air. And then they stop bothering me until I reach out to them. What guitars do I have? I love my Gretches. I have a hollow body Gretsch 2420T that I really like, as well as a Gretsch baritone guitar that's a hard body that I really, really enjoy. I just bought a Martin, what's the Martin Road? Their fucking Road series. Just bought a Martin Road series, which is like kind of a cheaper D18 type clone. Love that thing. I was playing like a shitty Yamaha acoustic for a while. I have a 50-year-old classical guitar that's like a family heirloom that I love. I've got a 5-string bass, just like a random Ibanez, nothing special. And then what else? A Stratocaster. Got to have a Stratocaster. I think that's all my guitars. Dream guitar, Gretsch 6120T, probably the nicer version of the first one I mentioned. The really nice arch top, the Chet Atkins edition of that one would probably be my favorite. But that's like a $3,000 or $4,000 guitar. I don't deserve such a guitar yet. Maybe someday. Kevin is thanking me for my passion to educate. Appreciate that. All right, we got a user with a bunch of numbers, so probably a burner account that just got live privileges. So I'm going to hover that disconnect button. How old are you?
I'm 18.
I'm going to believe you, but I might start asking questions to assess whether or not I think that's true. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, but for a kind of like different reason than most people do.
Okay.
Do you know what TFD is?
TFD? No.
It's a kind of like niche ideology. So I support Trump because of abortion, because his abortion ban has increased the number of abortions. And I believe in something called total fetus death. So it's the ideology, like what he's doing is helping.
Total fetus death, is that what TFD stands for?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Okay. So, what's the argument here?
We're overpopulated and we need to just start doing more abortions.
We're overpopulated and we need to start doing more abortions? What?
Yeah.
I can hear you chuckling as a troll, right?
No, it's my belief. Do you just not respect other people's beliefs?
Chat, yes or no? Can you hear her laughing while trying to get this out? Yes or there it is. There it is. There it is. Oh, yeah, whatever. I'm not even gonna say I'm mad at that caller because we didn't have callers. So if that was a little entertaining for people, fucking whatever. But I will say maybe don't normalize outlandish beliefs about abortion by making pranks about them. So that's pretty harmful. Because even though it's a joke and most everybody watching this knows it's a joke, it does just normalize. Like when you spread ideas like that, even if they're like completely outlandish and silly, it does just put it in people's ears and make them more comfortable with that type of language. I don't know. Let's see. Lucky Phil sent me $2 on Buy Me a Coffee. I've always been on air. Secret to long, healthy life. Breathe in, breathe out, repeat. Thank you, Lucky Phil. I got an email from Venmo which suggests to me that somebody sent money to the wrong Venmo. Holy shit. That's okay. I still get it anyway, even though you sent it to the wrong Venmo, Joseph, because it is also my account, that one. It's just not the one I advertise. My Venmo doesn't have... My Venmo doesn't have a dash in it, but I do have a different Venmo account that is with the dash, so he sent it to the one with the dash. So no worries, I got the $100, but it's a good thing I saw it because I might not have read the message if I didn't notice the email notification. Hi, my sweetie and I would like to purchase the following public service announcement. Fuck Jake Lang. Be safe Saturday at DeBlues. DeBlues, thank you so much for the $100. Seriously, guys, it's not a big deal if you send it to the wrong Venmo account. I just only carefully... I only carefully check the main one. I just got both because I knew that was going to happen. So seriously, I think we've had like fucking 3 people send $100 today. That's fucking huge. And in terms of like, I talk about the finances of the show too much because I just try to be transparent about all of it. But like, guys, it's people like that who just like go out of their way and say, fuck it. It's going to be a handful of people who make sure that the show is appropriately paid for today. So thanks to Blues. I really appreciate it. Really, really do appreciate it. Steve, I'll get to you in just a second. I'm just going to peek at my YouTube super chat to see if there's anything new. There is that one tall queer sent $2 to say, what are your 3 top favorite bands? Bands? Because like Johnny Cash is like my like core favorite musician. But so I guess Johnny Cash and the Tennessee 2 or the Tennessee 3, depending on which year. Green Day and the Beach Boys. Those are the 3 acts that like formulated my musical taste as a child. There's bands I listen to more than Green Day and the Beach Boys and even Johnny Cash these days because I'm exploring new stuff. But like those are the 3 like formative bands for me. I don't care how silly that people think that combination is. It's added up to some interesting punk folk music that I've written. Steve is our next caller. Steve from Blues Clues or a Trump supporter? How old are you?
I'm 56.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, well, I'm a Republican. There's some things I disagree with him, but if you're asking me if I would vote for him again over Kamala, yes, I would.
Yeah, I always find it surprising when people feel the need to like say that they don't support everything he does, because like I didn't support everything Biden did. I wasn't very excited about him as a candidate, but I was a Biden supporter, and I was a Kamala supporter when she was running because I wanted her to be president. So it sounds like you're happy with the outcome of the 2024 election.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that makes you a Trump supporter. Why do you think that Trump is doing a better job than Kamala Harris would have?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I am 56, so I've been a Republican my whole life, so I always lean Republican. So that's a given. But also just when I watched her speak, when I watched her debate, and I watched her speeches, she just seemed very fake and very political, like correct. You know what I mean? Like she knew what she would say what she thought people wanted to hear, and you could see that clearly. which I know a lot of politicians do.
Yeah, I think that because of issues of electability, there's like a lack of genuineness among politicians.
And I didn't like the way she didn't win a primary. They basically plugged her in because Biden was...
Okay, hold on. I started responding to what you said and you just brought up something else. But I'm gonna answer the second thing first because I think it's a shorter topic. Has it ever happened before where a presidential candidate has dropped out of the election after the primary before election day? Has that ever happened before in American history?
Yes.
When?
Yes. I don't remember exactly the year. Actually, I think it was a Republican that did it. I don't remember. I think it was back in the 70s, maybe 80s.
How did they handle it then?
I don't remember, to be honest with you. I don't know.
Okay, so like, why do you care so much about how it was handled this time? It wasn't handled in a way that violated the law. It wasn't handled. It wasn't handled in the way that most Americans think about a ticket, which is that you have a candidate that would be replaced by the other candidate if they had to step down. It's unusual for it to happen before the election instead of after, but it was the Biden-Harris ticket. So with him stepping down, like you can... My complaint against people who say that the process wasn't followed properly is, one, that's just false. The rules were followed. No laws were broken. And two, I think it was a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think that if we had to scramble to primary and there was a big contention among people on the left who wanted to be the new presidential candidate, the Republicans would have been saying things like, the primary already happened. You should make Kamala Harris the candidate. I genuinely think that would be the talking point if we had gone the other way. And I think that the right just chose the thing that we did to say it was bad.
That's fair. I mean, again, I didn't say whether I liked it or disliked it or agreed or disagreed. I would just say that that's what happened.
It is what happened. But I mean, again, like I'm just mad that Biden ran in the first place. I don't think he should have. I think that was where the mistake was made.
I agree completely, because I think at the end of his term, he was already showing way too much decline.
Yeah, and one of my mods who I trust for fact checking has just put in the chat, no major party nominee has dropped out as close to the convention as Biden did. As close to the election, I think, as he meant to say. So again, I
don't know how close it was to the convention.
The reason I didn't feel like fact checking you on saying it happened with a Republican in the 70s is because the fact that you don't remember who it was, how close it was, or how they dealt with it demonstrates to me that there isn't actually care about how this sort of thing is handled. You're just like bringing it up as a talking point about Kamala Harris. And I'm glad you thought your answer when I laid out that if we had done the alternative, that the right would have just said that was bad and said that we should have just made her the candidate. I said
yeah.
Well, and you yourself said that was fair, but you're one such Republican who brought me the talking points. So it just feels a little.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, you're right. Whatever the Democrats would have done, the Republicans would have.
Oh, he dropped out 3 weeks before the convention. That's right. It was the end of July. I always forget it was that early. Anyway,
right.
But yeah, the point is, it was an unprecedented situation, and it was dealt with in a way that didn't break the rules, and that the party.
So would she have been your choice?
At the time that Biden dropped out, I think that they did do the best thing, which was to make her the candidate.
All right, but if you had a genie's bottle and you could go back to that time, is there another candidate that you think was a stronger candidate for the Democratic side?
I said like 2 minutes ago that I wish that Biden hadn't run at all. I think that there's
a stronger candidate than Harris.
Oh, there's a world where somebody like Pete Buttigieg or somebody got ahead on it, but no, I think that Kamala Harris probably would have been the best candidate anyway. She should have been able to run. I think the most likely outcome for a Democratic win in 2024 would have been them spending the 4 years basically saying Kamala Harris is going to run to replace the ticket, and then having the promise kept, instead of Biden saying that he wasn't going to run again, turning on his promise to the public and running again, because the decision that he made was to go for an incumbent candidate instead of a new one. And I think notably instead of a female one, because a lot of people just aren't going to elect a woman president, unfortunately. So there's an electability issue there, even if you're somebody like me who thinks that she's perfectly qualified to lead.
Unfortunately, I agree with you. Unfortunately, a lot of the Midwest, a lot of the Midwest and South are still living back in the 60s, and it's going to be hard to see a woman, especially an African-American woman.
Right. That gives her electability issues that you just have to acknowledge, even if you're not racist, even if you're not misogynistic.
Yeah,
that's just...
that.
I'm pointing it out as common ground between us. I appreciate that we both understand that. So yeah, I think that the best option, even in consideration of that, would have been to have like a halfway incumbent candidate of have the previous vice president run, so we can have some continuance of governance through this political storm that's happening with polarization in America right now, and with what's going on with the Republican Party. But on the day that Biden stepped down, I think it was obvious that we had to give it to Kamala for a bunch of reasons.
Let's be fair, both sides are doing the same thing.
I don't think it's fair to say that both sides are doing the same thing. Not at all.
Oh, I disagree. I'm sorry, Oscar. I watch a lot of you guys on TikTok, and the division is on both sides.
Would you say that when it comes to making sure that people who commit sexual violence face justice, do you think that the Democrats and the Republicans are the same?
I believe that the reason why the Democrats are so hell-bent on it right now is because it's in their best agenda, because they want Trump out.
I don't think that's the case at all. I think the Democrats are going to keep trying to get justice for Epstein victims even after Trump dies.
I mean, and I have no problem with that. That's great. But right now they're using it as a political weapon.
I don't think so. I think that the right is calling it a political weapon for some reason, even though like Trump himself has been wildly inconsistent on it in a way that suggests that his motivations aren't any particular care for the victims of these crimes, but it definitely demonstrates to me that he's behaving in some sort of self-serving way. The inconsistencies in his behavior on specifically the Epstein Files Transparency Act being passed and then followed after it was passed.
Yeah, I can't even speak to what he's thinking on that. I mean, I don't know if he's
but I want to talk about some actions that he took, because during the week prior to the law being passed on November 19th of 2025, he met with 4 Republicans who had pledged to vote in favor of releasing the Epstein files. That's Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Thomas Massie, and he pleaded with them to not vote in that way, betraying the Republicans and siding with the Democrats. And he was saying to everybody not to vote for this act to release them until the very night before the vote was going to happen, that was going to send it to the Senate with a veto-proof majority that Trump wouldn't have been able to shoot down. Once his hands were tied, once he failed to convince those Republicans not to betray him, he then said to the public that we should pass this thing with, unanimously, and we did, except for one asshole from like Louisiana or something who voted against it. So the fact that he turned tail and like changed his mind about it gives people the ammunition to call into my show and say that Donald Trump is the one who released the Epstein files because he said that, even though it's just a really clear demonstration that he tried so very hard to get it not to be passed, but then just did that at the last minute to give people the talking point of saying that he passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act when he very clearly didn't. That's an inconsistency in his behavior. You don't need to know his intention to question why is it that one day on Monday you're doing this and on Tuesday you're saying the complete opposite. How do you feel about that inconsistency?
Okay, so in your mind, the reason why he did that was because it's self-preservation. Basically, you think he's guilty and he's trying to protect himself.
I think that what we can garner from that with reasonable certainty is that he did not want the Epstein Files Transparency Act to pass, but because it was going to pass, he co-signed it politically just by tweeting about it to just be able to say that he got what he wanted, even though it's not what he wanted.
To you is, why do you believe he did that, if that's what you believe?
Because I believe that the Epstein files, if they were to be released in the way that law demands that they are, he would be found guilty of some very serious sex crimes. I think that that's the reasonable conclusion, considering how hard he worked to not allow that law to be passed, and in consideration of the fact that he has continued to support his DOJ in their failure to follow that law in coming up on a year since it was passed.
Right. So that goes back to my point. So basically, that's what you feel and that's what you think, which is fair.
I don't. When you say that's what I feel, like you're gonna hand wave it away and say, oh, that's your opinion. And what I say is that his behavior is utterly inconsistent with that of an innocent person.
Oscar, you ranted for 35 seconds. Can I just say something for 10 seconds? What I'm saying is your belief and your contention that the reason why he has not released them completely is he's protecting himself because you feel he's guilty of being a pedo, correct?
I think that there's No, actually, it's not. I'm being very careful about what I'm saying because I know we have to talk about certainties and speculations and like if we're going to use reductive reasoning or deductive reasoning or modal logic, these sorts of things. So very specifically, I didn't say that he's going to be shown to be guilty of being a pedophile. It's that he's going to be guilty of doing things that are wrong to the victims in those Epstein files because I think it's very possible. It's like I'm willing to accept the possibility that
you're trying to protect yourself. I get it. I understand.
What I'm saying is I think it's very possible that the Epstein files would show that he sold women that he did not himself assault or sold children that he did not himself assault. So like, just to be very careful about the language. Bad things to women and children, yes. Not necessarily pedophilia, but probably, right. I would say.
All right. And would it be safe to say that most of the left-leaning people are all believe and think the same thing you do?
No.
No?
I just, that regardless of the context, I always answer that question no.
Okay, well, that's it's disingenuous because
I just think it's never safe to assume that everybody on the left agrees with me. There's a couple issues with the left really strongly.
I said, is it safe to assume that most of the left would agree with you?
I think that most of the left would actually go a step further and speak with some certainty about some of these things that I'm pretty careful about, and that some people are mad at me about doing that. So, like, again, I just being careful here. Right. No, I don't actually think the answer to your question is yes. Okay. So I'm saying no.
So all right, that's my point. So let's say that that's true. All right. If Donald J. Trump was and has never been president ever in the history of mankind, do you think the left would be using that right now as a political tool so much? Let's say.
Wait, okay, hold on. Your question's wrong because like I recognize.
I can ask a question any way I like, Oscar. You can't tell me how to ask a question, buddy.
But your question is, you basically said, if the people that we think are guilty in the Epstein files weren't politicians, would you still be using it as a political tool? And you're for me to answer the question at all, listen, use your ears. Because you said, would you still be using it as a political tool? The accusation that I am admitting to, if I answer in any way whatsoever, is that yes, I'm using it as a political tool instead of using it as an attempt to get justice for the victims of sex crimes. It's a little bit like me asking you, when did you stop beating your wife? You have to admit that you beat your wife in the first place to answer it. So I'm not going to admit that I'm using it as a political tool because I don't think that's a fair characterization of my stance on the Epstein files. So if I answer your question at all, I'm giving my affirmative response to your loaded question that implies that I'm using it as a political tool.
All right.
I just don't think that I am.
How long have you been discussing politics for?
Not since I learned how to talk.
No, but I mean honestly, like with people, like how long have you been speaking about politics? Since before?
Since Occupy Wall Street, since I was in middle school, yeah.
Okay. Be honest. I need an honest question here. Answer, okay? When Biden was president or Obama was president, did you ever discuss the Epstein files?
Obama, no, I don't think I was aware of the Epstein problem back then. A lot of people weren't. Biden, yes, I was watching the case very closely. I was really interested in what were listed to be something like 8 names that Ghislaine Maxwell was in negotiation with the feds to potentially release in order to reduce her sentencing or get a cushier prison sentence, that sort of thing. So I remember like sitting and watching the news and like I had a betting pool.
I remember
with the girl that I was with at the time, my ex. We had like a betting pool on who the 8 names were. I was watching all of that, and we were sitting on the edge of our seats hoping some of this would come out all through Biden's term. And then towards the end of Biden's term is when the information became possible to unseal in the courts because her last appeal had gone through. And I followed that all the way into the Trump administration.
What about Trump's first term before Biden?
Yeah, I was aware of Epstein, and I mean, when did he die? 2019, so that was towards the end of Trump's first term, so I would have been watching it then. But at the time, it wasn't as clear that Trump was working hard to hide the Epstein evidence, especially because much of the evidence that makes me so certain about the things that I've said to you in this call just weren't available to the public at the time. So I was aware of the Epstein class and the Epstein elite and the Epstein...
Available to the public?
What?
How did those things become available to the public?
Some of them are through the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Some of it had already been released prior to that. Some of it is just corroborating evidence that the public has found. What?
Who released it prior to that?
Sorry, say that again.
Who released the information prior to that?
Are you saying, wait, prior to the Epstein Files Transparency Act?
Yeah.
Well, some of it was just public information. I mean, people like there's these leaks that happen from people who knew Trump and Epstein and put two and two together about it beforehand. A lot of it came from Epstein's estate, but a lot of that was sealed in these court documents. And then, of course, now with the Epstein files transparency,
I'm saying specifically when Trump's name started being mentioned. When do you remember hearing Trump's name attached to Epstein?
I don't recall.
Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall. I don't recall what started that connection. No.
Well, it was right before he started to run. He was considering to run for his second term.
Okay.
You don't think that that's a political weapon?
No.
Okay. Well, we disagree on that then.
Okay.
Because it's obvious. And you know what? If it comes out and comes out and if the whole thing comes out and it comes out that he's proven that he had anything to do with it, put him in jail.
But a lot of the evidence that has convinced me of the way that I currently think about it is, regardless of when that evidence was released, it was evidence that happened or was created well before that period.
What period?
Like you say that it was when he was running the second time, which would suggest that this wasn't a story of interest to anybody.
It didn't come out when he ran for the first time.
Right, but the evidence itself is older than that. Like in particular, some of the accusations against Trump that I consider most credible came from roundabout 2014, 2015, when Pam Bondi was Attorney General in Florida. In fact, the way that Donald Trump responded to the local sheriff or reached out to the local sheriff in 2008, the first time that Jeffrey Epstein was incarcerated, that's one of the most suspicious things, that Donald Trump went to the sheriff department and said, "Oh, I'm glad you caught this guy. Everybody knew what he was up to." But he said that in 2008. And if he knew what he was up to, he's announcing himself as an accomplice. Like that information came out later, but that happened in 2008.
And it's funny, the right side flipped it the other way, saying, well, he's the one that reached out to the FBI and told them, hey, you should take a look at this guy.
Let me put it this way. If we found a person down the street from your house who had a bunch of kids locked up in his basement and they caught him, and I went to the sheriff and said, I'm glad you finally took care of that guy. He's had those kids locked up in the basement for decades. Or he's had kids, not those kids because they'd grow up. But you know what I mean? He's like, if he's been doing that for ages, the question then becomes, if you knew that, why the fuck did it take this long to catch the guy? That's the question that we have for Trump. That's not answered by the rebuttal you just gave me. Why, if he knew that Epstein was doing that, why is it only when he was caught that he renounced his friendship with him, banned him from Mar-a-Lago, and then said that he knew?
Why are you saying he knew? Like you're so 100%
He said that he knew. He said it himself.
He said that, look into this guy, he's weird. He did not know specifics. He did not know facts. You're embellishing.
Can we get somebody in the Discord to send me exactly what he said to the sheriff in 2008? Put that in the operational chat so we can look at it.
I guarantee you he didn't say, hey, by the way, I saw him, trafficking young women or anything like that. Or saw him assaulting them.
How can you sift through a pile of evidence of the sort we've discussed and find an asterisk like that and think, definitely not.
I'm just saying.
True or false, do you think that Trump was at least complacent in crimes against women and children? Sex crimes?
To be honest with you, I wasn't there. I don't have any proof.
I'm asking you about what your general worldview. I can accept the logical possibility that God exists, but I'm an atheist. I'm not convinced in any particular God, so I'm just happy to say I don't. But do you think that Donald Trump was aware of or participated in any sex crimes?
I don't think he participated in it, no.
But okay, so that's an interesting clarification. So it sounds like you are willing to say that you did think he was aware of a bunch of sex crimes?
No, I don't think that. See, now you just changed it. You just changed the goalpost. Now you said
I just asked you. No, it's not a goalpost shift. I just asked you specifically if you think that he was guilty of being aware of, an accomplice to, or committing himself any of these sex crimes, and you answered by saying that you don't think he committed any himself. And I said, okay, what about the rest of the question? What about the rest of the question? I definitely have said the phrase sex crimes about a half dozen times in the last 90 seconds.
No,
so how about I just ask point blank again? Do you think that Donald Trump was aware of any sex crimes happening that he failed to report to the authorities, as a person is obligated to do when they are aware of those sorts of sex crimes happening?
I can't. My answer is no, because I don't know whether he did or didn't. I can't say yes because I don't know if he did or didn't. You don't know that either.
I think I do, based on what he said to the sheriff.
You just said I think. That means
I have the quote. from Trump. It's thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. That's the quote.
Okay. So that makes him guilty?
Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. Yes, because the crimes that he were doing are the sort of crimes that it is a crime to not report.
So then if that's your contention, then why didn't he get arrested then for being an accomplice?
Because the system is deeply broken when it comes to arresting these sorts of people, and the person who is and I find it unsurprising. Like, okay, you just accused me of moving the goalpost, but now you are moving the goalpost from did he do it to why wasn't he charged? That's the quote.
No,
that everybody.
You're saying that he knew about it. Now you're changing it. Bro, you can't keep changing the goalpost. You just changed it big time. You said that before you said did he know about it. I also believe
with pretty good certainty that he's done some bad things, but we're specifically talking about this claim about him knowing that this was a minute ago in the conversation. Just took my fact checkers on the Discord a second to pull it up. So I have the exact quote, which is, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this. So so again, let's go back to the analogy we were using then. If they find a bunch of kids in a basement of a guy down the street and I'm standing there going, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everybody knows he's got a basement full.
And repeat the same shit.
I do have to. It's a live stream. I do have to do that. Otherwise, people who've just joined, which in the last 5 minutes is something like 100 new people, they don't know what we're talking about.
The same question 6 times.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just going to pull like my professional authauthority as the executive producer of the show and say that you're wrong. I do need to regurgitate these points so that people can follow the show better. Please answer my question.
His quote was, "Oh my God, thank God you caught him. Everybody has known about him doing that shit, right?
Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this."
Right. So that means that everyone in the, I guess, entertainment or billionaire club have known he's weird, been talking about it, right? Is that fair to say? It's what he's talking about?
I think that the word everyone in that sentence is a little bit hyperbolic, but the thing that because we don't know who everyone he's referring to there is, and I wish we did, but I think it's true that there's lots of people in the entertainment industry, among wealthy philanthropists, among investors, among all these corporate elite. I think, politicians definitely. I think there's lots of people who were aware in the way that Trump was saying and are guilty of the same thing in that specific context. But the only person, there is one person that we can be sure is included in that everyone based on reading that sentence. Do you know who that is?
Him. Yeah, him.
Right, and we're talking about him.
That means he's the only one that had the balls to come out and say something about it.
He is the only one of them stupid enough to accidentally incriminate himself by
incriminating himself, buddy. What law degree do you have?
Because being aware that Epstein was doing those things and not telling anyone is a crime.
Okay, so again, by him coming out and telling the sheriff, they thank God you got this guy. Basically, he's the only one admitting that what he was doing was fucking.
We don't need you stop. You keep saying the only one. Like we don't need to talk about other people. Trump said a thing that revealed that he knew something that he should have. True or false? Is a person who knows what Epstein was doing prior to 2006 when he was arrested the first time, is a person who knows what he's doing obligated to tell the authorities?
If he saw it with his own eyes, yes.
Okay, that's a goalpost move, because why does a person have to see it with their own eyes?
That's called law. That's called.
No, what if Jeffrey Epstein admitted to it? No, you're moving the.
Was he a witness to it?
You're moving the goalpost by saying the way in which they find out about it matters when it doesn't. Because if Jeffrey Epstein was at a party with me and he said, "Guess what? I just bought some girls. We're shipping these underage girls to my island to do this terrible thing," that puts me in a situation where I am obligated to alert the authorities that is happening, even if I didn't see the bad behavior myself, because I saw concrete evidence of it. So no, it does not matter why he thought that was happening. You are obligated to report that sort of thing.
So someone says, "Hey, bro, I know somebody who stole a bank." You think that you're just as guilty if you don't report it to the police? Say, "Hey, someone told me that."
I never said just as guilty. You're moving the goalpost again. Just guilty. Yes.
What?
Yes, if you know that's if somebody says, "Hey, I just robbed a bank this morning. I'm the bank robber they're looking for. Please don't turn me in." You're not just as guilty for not turning them in. That's you moving the goalpost by adding that additional thing that I didn't say. I didn't say you're just as guilty.
I didn't say that. I didn't say the actual person.
That's what you just said. You said, "Is the person just as guilty for hiding the person who robbed the bank?" And I'm saying no, but they are guilty of something.
No. You didn't hear the question. I said my question was, if someone told you they know of somebody, so it's a third party, it's fourth party, fifth party, because he's saying.
Why are you changing it? We're talking about Donald Trump talking about his friend Jeffrey Epstein.
No, because he said that his statement was that everyone knew about it. That means that people are talking about it. That means that somebody could have said to him, hey, you know what's going on with Jeffrey? Or, hey, I mean, you don't know. That's what I'm saying. None of us know.
The President of the United States was aware of a prominent sex pest committing large amounts of sex crimes and didn't do anything about it. Are you ethically okay with that? I don't care what you think about the law.
If he actually knew about it, no, I'm not ethically okay with that.
Okay, he admitted that he knew about it.
No, well, he said he knew that. He said a lot of people were talking about the shit that was going on with him. Not that he...
From Law of the Wild on my Discord, he typed, Trump placed the call to the chief writer immediately after the news broke that Palm Beach Police Department had launched a criminal probe into Epstein's mansion. In 2006, PB, Palm Beach Police Department chief writer and Detective Ricari attempted to arrest Epstein on multiple felony charges, but local state attorney Barry Kreischer refused to sign off on the warrants, instead choosing to present a heavily watered down case to a grand jury. In 2008, after local prosecutors had stalled the case, Chief Writer bypassed them and handed the files over to the FBI. Epstein ultimately surrendered and was formally booked in 2008 under a highly controversial federal non-prosecution agreement handed over by the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and authorities. Furthermore, and then... this is from... Sorry, I thought that was more from Law of the Wild. Yeah, so that's just some background on what all went on.
What does that have to do with Trump?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading some of the information that my Discord is getting me.
My bad. I thought you were going to show some comment or statement of Trump.
Again, yeah, so he just had, from the official document text from Law of the Wild. While the former chief's name is redacted on the public portal, the official FBI summary states Trump called the Palm Beach Police Department to tell him, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known that he's been doing this. Again, he today claims that he didn't know of anything bad that Epstein was doing. Why is he saying that now in conflict with this? In conflict with that quote from the time it was happening?
I can't speak for President Trump, but if I'm in that situation and I see all the backlash that he got from making that statement, thank God you got that guy, and then you guys turned it on him, I would be saying the same thing. I don't know nothing about it. I mean, I'm sorry. That's called self-preservation, buddy.
So you're okay with somebody hiding what they know about sex crimes for self-preservation?
Again, you don't know what he knows, buddy. You guys stop doing that. You see, that's what I'm saying. You don't know what he knows. You don't, Oscar. You may want to fantasize and think about what you think you know, and you may think, or you may have a good feel.
I don't accept that you're serious. I don't accept that you're serious about this. I don't accept that the things that we've covered in this conversation don't add up to you to a big problem. I think that you know that Trump is a problematic, dangerous person, and you don't care.
No, bro, 77 million people, I guess, don't think that either.
That's not a logical conclusion. I think a lot of those people are fooled into thinking. I think a lot of those people. I think a lot of those people are fooled into thinking that the evidence was bullshit or not. And maybe they weren't all aware of the sort of things that we're talking about. I'm talking about you right here, right now. I don't believe at all for a second that if such a character as Trump existed in your life and you were worried about your wife or your children, your family, I don't think that you would have this type of rape apologist perspective on it.
If my wife was in Trump's presence right now as we speak, I would have no problem with it.
Yeah, I think that that's easy for you to say about Trump for reasons that have more to do with your care about him for reasons other than what we're talking about. But I think that if any random person had this history with sexual assault and sexual assaulters around them...
He's not a random person now, is he?
What I'm saying is that you are holding Donald Trump to a lower standard than you would hold a random person to. You should hold him to a higher standard than a random person.
Okay, you just totally contradicted yourself. Basically, yeah, if there's a guy down the street that had a history of whatever you're talking about, yes, of course I'm gonna have a problem with my daughter or my wife.
So you probably wouldn't leave your children with somebody who'd been found civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, would you?
You're gonna hate my answer on this. I think that was politically driven.
I'm sorry. I didn't say anything about Donald Trump. I asked you a very clear and direct question.
Yeah, you did.
Would you leave your children in the presence of somebody?
I'm not an idiot, Oscar.
Would you leave your children in the presence of somebody who'd been found civilly liable by a unanimous jury of 9 for sexually assaulting a child?
If it's President Trump, absolutely.
But not anybody else?
No.
Thanks for the clip, buddy.
You're welcome.
I wish it felt good. I wish it felt good to get a clip like that. It fucking doesn't, dude. You're a fucking monster for what you just said.
Because why? Because you got TDS?
What's TDS? What are the diagnostic criteria of TDS?
Do you live your life thinking about Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, does Donald Trump decide what does Donald Trump decide what a disease is?
You got TDS, buddy.
You know what I think you are?
Go ahead, let me hear it, Oscar.
I think you're the sort of coward who goes on the internet and says these things, but would never let people see what his face looks like. And you're going to demonstrate that by refusing to turn your camera on.
I've seen you try this ploy before too, and I'm not going to let you dox me, but it doesn't work.
Why do you think it's doxing for a person's face to be shown on the internet?
Every time you get angry with, I've seen you a while, buddy. Every time you get angry with a caller and you don't like the caller,
do you think it's fair for me to say that I've been doxed because you can see my face?
You put yourself in that position.
Mm-hmm. I'm asking you to be brave and put yourself in that position and stand by your beliefs, but you're a coward who's not going to, because you know that these beliefs are, you're choosing the life of a coward right in front of us. You are choosing to be a coward, correct?
All right, I'm a coward, but I bet you if you were face to face with me, you wouldn't be saying that.
August 22nd, City Hall. Catch me outside, brother. Let's do it.
I don't live in Minnesota, buddy.
Tough shit then. Don't act like I'm not brave on the streets. Go find videos of the way I interact on the streets. You can sit here. You can sit here from behind your digital Klansman's mask that you're using to hide your identity and your hate speech.
I'm a racist. Okay.
You can tell me. Okay. You can tell me. No. The analogy isn't the racism. It's the cowardliness about people knowing who you are and what your beliefs are. If you're gonna tell me that I wouldn't behave this way on the street, you haven't done the chore of scrolling all the way back in my social media to Metro Surge and seeing the way that I behave face to face on the streets with people like you. If you think that I don't do that, you haven't checked.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter because I shut it down so effectively that you're going to pretend it doesn't, but it was your big clapback gotcha that I'm the keyboard warrior for asking you to show your camera because I couldn't possibly be so brave outside. But then I told you that there's lots of evidence on this very TikTok account of exactly the opposite that you can go find and watch if you want to. So you're going to say it doesn't matter now, but it does matter that you call into the internet from what I consider to be the 21st century equivalent of behind the Klansman's hood. If you don't want that analogy to stick, if you don't want to be one of the hateful bigots,
buddy.
You don't give a fuck about there being a really strong analogy for your behavior matching the way in which the Klansmen hid behind their masks?
No, I don't, because you sound like an idiot.
Chat, yes or no? Do I sound like an idiot for making this comparison?
You're asking your biased chat for a survey. That's awesome.
They know brilliant. I don't care about the result. It's just a farm engagement. Brilliant. I don't actually care about the results. It's just a farm engagement. Exactly. It's pretty effective at farming engagement.
I would really like to ask you one serious question.
You can ask your question, and I'll answer it after you turn your camera on.
And
I'm not going to take you seriously until you do.
What is your end goal?
I'm not going to answer your question or take you seriously at all. If you want to ask me another question, if you want to be privileged with my attention, you need to turn your camera on. Law of the Wild removed him. He wasn't going to do it. Thanks everybody for sitting through that bullshit. What a fucking monster. He said the quiet part out loud. He said that if it was Trump, he'd be okay with it, but not anybody else. It's a fucking cult. It's a fucking cult that wears masks just like the Klan. Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, I've always been on air. Secret to a long life. Breathe in, breathe out. I already read this one. Reading it again. Thank you, Lucky Phil. Over to Venmo. People didn't like that guy. I didn't get any donations for talking to that guy. The bigots are a dime a fucking dozen, aren't they? This is what you do. You're going to run because you're scared. It's fucking adorable, these people telling me that I wouldn't act like this on the streets. Been talking all show about how I'm going to act like this on the streets on fucking Saturday. One Tall Queer sent $2 to say, what's your top 3 bands? Already answered that. Beach Boys, Johnny Cash, and Green Day. DeBlues sent $2 to say, Venmo wouldn't let me send to Oscar at Oskar Quentin, so he sent to Oscar-Quentin. I guess if Oskar Quentin isn't working on Venmo, you can just send to Oscar-Quentin. I also get that one. But forgive me if I missed the message and don't get it read on air, because I don't have that set up on the dashboard to look at. It's just I have that account in case people make the mistake of not going to the link tree in the bio and finding the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon and sending money to those. So if people accidentally go to Oscar-Quentin on Venmo, I do get the money. So don't feel like your money's lost if you send it there, but you might not get your message read on the show. But it's a perfectly good backup if you want to send me money on Venmo and can't for whatever reason DeBlues was running into. Ethan sent $2 to get their word in edgewise about bands, Pearl Jam and Pink Floyd. Kat sent $5 to say, people didn't think Obama could win, but he did. I don't want people to never nominate a woman because they think a woman could never win. It hurts women. I agree. And I think we just need to collectively make the decision to like not biff a campaign for a woman again, because I think Kamala Harris, like in addition to just facing the uphill battle of being a female black candidate, just also had 107 days to do it, which is just such a fucking so lame. How unfair. She got a real rough go of it for her chance to be president. Caller being a fucking spineless coward from Canadian Princess for $2. Correct. CODY sent $5 to say, my boomer dad can use the term partner in crime to refer to my best friend since we were 12, but the concept is foreign when it comes to Trump. Yep. Jammerbank sent $5 to say, caller fails to realize Trump is in the wrong for not reporting it before he was arrested. Trump reported after he was already arrested. Yeah. Didn't even seem interested in doing that. Steven sent 5 gift memberships, so that's 5 more people who get to be in the members only streams when we do them, which is usually Sunday evenings, sometimes some other times. Jason sent $2 on Venmo to say, this may be more of a question for Law, but could Trump be considered an accessory after the fact? I don't know how all that works, statute of limitations and stuff. It's like that gets into the legal nuance that I'm just not equipped to answer, because whenever there's like an actual charge or something, I have to get really educated about how sexual assault and rape law works in New York because of the E. Jean Carroll case. But if there isn't like an actual, like, maybe I should be sitting here saying that he should be an accessory after the fact, or maybe there's some particular reason why. If Law of the Wild's listening, maybe he can let us know his thoughts on that in the chat. Anyway, moving on to more callers, because we did get callers, so we're going to keep going. We got a pretty full queue. So we're going to talk to Kyle Rothfuss. No, we're not. Oh, yes, we are. TikTok changed their thing, and it keeps looking like they've left because they don't appear on the screen as fast as they used to. How old are you?
34. Sorry, 35. I just had a birthday.
No worries. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. I'm actually a friendly, so I'm gonna say my piece and then go so that you can get on to some other people.
Sounds like you know the rules.
Yes. Just figured you'd want kind of a bit of a refreshing take from the Trump sycophantic, talking points of whatever 3 things they want to talk about on a daily basis. But, I'm in IT. Big thing for me right now is data centers, especially AI data centers. Just want to get your kind of take on how you feel about all these data centers possibly be going up, and the local governments shutting them down, and the granddaddy government deciding, well, no, you can't do that, and back and forth.
Yeah, I'll give some thoughts on that before I move on to another caller. Generally, I think that like I'm not gung-ho about AI. I'm highly critical of data centers and the way that these companies are using them and the things that these companies are doing with AI. But I recognize that AI is a powerful, important, and useful technology. So the right amount of data centers isn't zero. We've also been doing data centers for decades. They're kind of a hot button issue right now because they're being built rapidly to respond to the needs of companies like OpenAI and NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the gear manufacturer. They don't do data centers. Point is, the people doing the large language model training and the other types of model training do need these data centers. So I think about them the way I think about oil pipelines, where as a reasonable person, I'm not going to say, hey, Oscar, there's a new oil pipeline project. Are you for or against it? I'm not going to say no because I'm a tree hugger. I'm going to say, tell me everything you know about this oil pipeline. We're not ready to divorce ourselves from fossil fuels. If this is an oil pipeline that's going to reduce the cost of fossil fuels as we wean ourselves off of them, that could be reasonable. What type of land does the pipeline go through? That's very important. A lot of the pipelines that I've been against have gone through native land, and they've been trying to negotiate with them to get that to happen. So there's all this other stuff that comes with it. So in general, yes, I like society's resistance to data centers right now. But that doesn't mean that I'm necessarily going to be against every single data center project, because I do consider myself a tree hugger. So oil pipelines, data centers, concerned about those, just not unreasonable about those. So yeah, I just like mostly no, but let's be reasonable. Anyway, Mr. Bluefish, has he been on before? I don't recall. Hello, how old are you?
27. We've had a brief conversation before.
What was it about?
I asked you what your thoughts were, and if we didn't win November.
Yeah. I'd start. I mean, the thing I have to consider is like the rest of Project 2025 happening, and there to be this continued pattern of erosion of rights. So the thing I'd really start watching for is like federal action against dissenters, like protesters and that sort of thing. And I think that I've been pretty straightforward in saying that, like, I don't consider myself as hardcore a leftist as somebody like Hassan Piker. And I definitely consider myself more of a leftist than somebody like Dean Withers generally. But where exactly between them on that continuum I sit moves around sometimes, right? Like, because I think that we could argue that the government could misbehave in such a way that we should all become leftists, right? Like, I think if we just said, like, if they started looking up who voted for Harris and going and disappearing those people, I think we'd all realize that was like, whoa, we fast forwarded into the 40s in Germany. Like, right. like we could say at that point, being a leftist that wants to violently overthrow the government would suddenly become a very reasonable position for lots of people to have. And I think that in terms of wanting there to be some sort of like change of system that like gets us out of the politics that we're stuck in, that the leftists hope for, like, I could see the government behaving in such a way that becomes my position. So when I look at the midterms, my concern is that if the outcome of the midterms to me are fishy in some way, or maybe just disappointing, like I don't think I'm going to call shenanigans if they win, but don't win big.
Right.
If they win huge, I'm going to say, like, this doesn't align with polling data. This doesn't align with primary data. Like, how did they win this big? Is this, like, I would start questioning it. So whatever happens in November and how it gets handled and how, you know, Republican candidates who've lost concede, or if they contest their losses like Mike Lindell is in the Minnesota primary, like, that's the sort of thing that's going to have me reevaluating where I sit on the spectrum from liberal to leftist, because it will tell me how fucked we are. We will know more assuredly how fucked we are after.
Yeah, the terminology is really the most confusing to me, because like me being 27 as a black man, I really didn't get into politics. Like, I was 9 when Obama got elected, so like that was like a holiday in my family. But like anything after that, it was kind of thing. And then like I would say that I was a Trump supporter his first time around, just because I didn't really know much, and 2, I really didn't care. You know, he just seemed different. And then, you know, that went over, and then the pandemic and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But like I have a daughter now, so like I see myself paying a lot more attention, and it's just like the like where we because like I know. Well, I can't even say that I'm not a Democrat, or I can't even say that I'm not a Republican. I would put if you would have asked me these like 10 years ago with these, like with the terminology that we had 10 years ago, I would have put myself like probably like stronger towards Republican. But it's just like it doesn't seem right to call myself a Republican in this societal climate right now.
Well, I grew up calling myself a liberal, like a Democrat, like a proper like establishment Democrat liberal, and I think that there was a mixture of me learning that these other terms that are farther left probably better describe where I actually, you know, like what I actually feel about politics. Not to mention the fact that position on the spectrum has also moved under my feet in the same way that maybe the label Republican has for you, where if you think that Republican means something that has allegiance to Trump, you might be like, oh, I'm not a Republican anymore.
I wouldn't say that at all.
But there are anti-MAGA Republicans who think that Trump is a monster and that he's destroyed the party, and they say they're the real Republicans. And again, that's just a semantic argument, whatever we want to call it. I have a caller or a regular, like, kind of friend of the show who's in the chat right now who has pointed out that, like, it used to be reasonable to say that the Republicans were conservative. They've kind of gone regressive, which is maybe you're a conservative Republican, but not a regressive one that wants to fucking undo the Civil Rights Act or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then you've got the current Democrats that are kind of starting to look more conservative because of this regressive pattern. And then you have the leftists that are like actually progressive. And you know, it's messy and those labels aren't going to work perfectly for everybody. But I do think that the general sentiment of relabeling it that way has shown what the problem has. And I see Nemo in the chat. He said he's a pragmatic leftist. And I actually really like that label because the quip I've been using for a while is that liberals call me a leftist. Leftists call me a liberal, because there's a couple things I disagree with both of them on that they think just puts me in the other team. But then my friends who know me say that I'm a leftist with a plan, which is another way of saying a pragmatic leftist, because that's kind of just what pragmatism is about, is just having an actually actionable plan. If Nemo wants to hop up and chat, he's welcome to. I know I did get your message through the grapevine, Nemo, that you wanted to be. You're welcome in the box on this show, particularly in the second half of the show. I'm much more open about just having like a wider panel. I kind of stopped. I don't know if you guys have noticed, I kind of stopped giving a shit about the engagement halfway through the show, but because I like to build up a big successful show and then, like, you know, ride it for whatever I can get done with those views by the end. Sometimes we have an interesting call, like the previous one, where we farm some viewers from some guy being a total asshole about Trump. How you doing, Nemo?
Doing good. How's it going, man?
Welcome to the show. I've actually been really looking forward to having you on since somebody reached out. I was so flattered that you didn't reach out to me yourself and that you were like, I'm going to send a message to Oskar through the grapevine. Fucking DM me, buddy.
I'm always like, when I don't know someone and I know that their format is generally, ops only, I'm really shy and weird about requesting because I don't want to be like presumptuous,
No,
I'm usually at work right now. Today is just a day that I don't have off, so I chose to come in.
No, and I do think that the topic is worth platforming. So I kind of just wanted your thoughts because I like the way you put it, a pragmatic leftist, Nemo. And I have spent a lot of time watching you on panels, so I know some of your perspectives, and I know you're the type of weapon that I'm happy to welcome onto my show.
Yeah, I have a similar experience to you with, other leftists will call me a liberal and other liberals will call me a leftist or a socialist or whatever. And ideologically, I am going to align more with just, I guess, leftist ideas, right? Mm-hmm. I'm going to be more amenable to socialist policy. And I guess like the liberal side is really just me embracing electoralism.
Well, so that's where I was about to go with it. Is that if we look at if you ask me what society should be like, the leftists will be like, yeah, Oscar's a fucking comrade. And then if you ask me how you should behave on November 3rd, the leftists are like, oh, you're a dirty fucking liberal. You want to go fucking vote for some fascists? And I'm like, hey. I think that like calling all of the people on the ballot fascists really detracts from how like dangerous and rapey some of the people on the ballot are. Like it's maybe not helpful like to not consider like how fascistic someone is or like and how
this particular point is like something that like kind of takes me away from like wanting to give myself a label because it just seems like these labels are just kind of nonsensical and that even if you tell somebody exactly how you stand, they're not gonna give a fuck how you like what you say. They're gonna give a fuck about like how you're opposing them.
Well, and that's why I shy away from specific like Phil Sci labels or Pol Sci labels or like like whatever particular thing because everybody defines these boxes, liberal and leftists or whether you're being pragmatic or respecting law or all these little things. So like the best use of the airtime on my show that I can have is just getting people to think more reasonably about the issues because all of the labels exist as like wallpaper on like what's actually going on in the structure of your political house. The wallpaper doesn't fucking matter. It's just so people can see how you want it to be shown. So I don't have very much control over what people label themselves or how how these labels shift or how the parties shift, but I have been doing this thing where I run this show and I get like millions of views on fucking Instagram and shit. So I have some influence over just people being reasonable, just knowing how to talk about this stuff, knowing what the facts of the matter are, knowing what the outcomes to humanity will be if this or that is the policy. And I just think that that's like the only sure way to get to a better system decades from now is to just make the population better educated. The leftists will lament that what I'm doing there is making the electorate better educated, so they're less likely to elect the most problematic fascists into our politics. But like, I don't have a solution. I don't know what the political structure of America to fix all this shit has to be. But I just know that we're not likely to achieve a better system if people are still fucking like watching Fox News and trusting their algorithms and shit. So I try to teach people not to do that.
Yeah. I recently, well, not like recently, it was probably like a year ago. I got told that I like in this little political conversation, how I said like 10 years ago, I would have called myself a Republican. Friend of mine said that I'm not a Republican because I'm kind of agnostic on the trans issue. And like on the trans issue itself is like, I'm not trans. I don't like, I have like people in my life that are trans, but like me not being trans, I don't see what the trans community would do with my opinion. That's why I don't have one. But like me having that stance is like, oh, well, if you don't hate them, you're not one of us.
No, and I think that it's like the fact that people ostracize you for maybe having that perspective is kind of a demonstration of the way in which the wedge issues are successfully being used to sow division, because I am super connected with the local trans community. I live in a metro that happens to have one of the like most populous trans communities in like the country. So it's just like something that's like, as a socially liberal person who lives here, I'm like exposed to it a lot. And I have trans friends who would take real issue with what you just said, because if you're not like a diehard, bleeding heart, like, you know, hanging the flag and like marching for them supporter, then you're not a good ally. And then there are other trans people I know who would be like, oh, sounds like you're not bothered by us and you don't give a fuck. That's a W. Thanks for being decent.
I mean, it's not even that I give a fuck. It's like, I'm not a part of that community, so like, what are you going to do with my opinion? It's like the gay conversation. I'm not gay, so I feel like I shouldn't even have a voice in gay issues. But
sure.
where my stance is, like, we shouldn't be fucking with these people. Like, let people live their lives. But it's like, but then
all I was pointing out is that there's even division to be found among people who think that your perspective is enough, and people who are like, no, you need to be doing more to fight the people who are doing bad things for that community. And I think that what's going on there is there's a line between what you're obligated to do, which is I do think a person is obligated to feel at least the way that you do about it, which is that like it's just not your issue. You're not going to like interfere with these people. And then I think there's a point where it becomes virtuous to step beyond that and say, even though this doesn't affect me, I'm going to go spend my time fighting for what's right for those people. So that's just the difference between obligation and virtue, which, man, for all the Phil bros smell each other's farts about terms, those two never fucking come up, the difference between obligation and virtue. And I think that those are some of the most, from my days as a Phil bro back in the basement of that smelly community college 10 years ago, that's one of the ones that's lasted with me, is the consideration of what are you obligated to do more by your morals, and what, according to your morals, is a virtuous way to spend your free time, or, you know, spend the resources that are available to you that you don't have any obligation to expend. You're not obligated to go stand in the rain and change somebody's tire, but it's virtuous to do it. Under most circumstances. I could imagine a situation where by some, you know, there's an encroaching forest fire and you drive past somebody who's changing their tire and you're like, they're probably going to burn to death because they don't know how to change that tire. I would say there might become a situation there where if you're skilled at changing tires, it becomes morally a moral obligation to help them. Whereas if it's just because it's raining and you don't feel like getting wet, it may be virtuous to make the sacrifice for that person because it doesn't come from some moral necessity. But that's the type of shit that the Phil bros never want to talk about for some reason.
Right. All right. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I really have much else to offer. I did have one more question before you can kick me off.
Yeah, sure thing.
So I recently got acknowledged about the Iran issue, like going back to like the 1950s, 1970s type thing. Do you think that there is a way that we ever fix that problem? Is there a feasible future in where we not even are friendly with Iran, but this hostility is just gone?
I think that like the sorts of conflict that we have with regimes like Iran's, or even if we're going to speak more nebulously about the sort of conflicts that we've had in the Middle East over the last couple of decades, particularly since 9/11, I think there's a frustration around the fact that they're existing such extremist groups, whether they are established governments or just like disparate groups that aren't always an established government, like the Taliban, which sometimes is an established government, depending on what year it is in Afghanistan. We're always going to have that problem. And I think there's a frustration around the fact that there's nothing on the ballot that's going to make that go away. And I think that leads people to some of the more harmful thinking where we say like, oh, we need to address this problem. We need to fix the Iran issue. When in reality, I think that like the best outcome that we as a nation have control over is that there is still going to be some harm caused by these groups and these ideologies over the decades to come. I'm just willing to say that our involvement is only likely to make it worse. So we have to be mega careful about what our involvement in those things are, and we're simply not careful enough. So unfortunately, evil fucks gonna evil. I'm not interested in world domination, so like we kind of just can't do anything about that from an American political perspective without making things worse. If I thought it was at all obvious that we could do anything about it without making it much worse, then I'd be more interested in talking solutions. But I just feel like we're adding, no matter what we do, we're adding fire to a firefight that's killing innocent people. And even if we may lament who wins or who gets hurt, or which country's innocent civilians are getting harmed or whatever, I still just think that we've shown time and time again that our involvement doesn't help in almost all circumstances.
Right. Mm-hmm. Like I can't be a guy that says like, oh, we should have world peace, because like I do have the fundamental understanding that like war feeds the world. Like, you know, like a lot of the technological advances that we have now came from the innovation that we were doing during World War II. Like,
but I wouldn't accept that we should allow war to be the impetus for that sort of change, especially when we see much less harmful things to give us like some of the more recent technology. Because I could say in the first half of the 20th century, that'd be pretty reasonable to assess about like our industrialization and the degree to which cars got up to speed building planes and trains and cars and all that stuff. But in the latter half of the 20th century, I can actually look at the fact that like the space race, which had its military connection with like the Cold War and all that stuff. But for the most part, most of the rocket fuel that has been expended going to space has been expended putting like satellites in space for private like telecommunications and stuff like that. And that has done more for the modern technological era that we live in than the war machine. So I think that's a pretty clear example that we can work together on some pretty interesting large scale human cooperation projects that yield that sort of competition for design, which gets rid of the necessity for warfare that it sounds like you see. Because I just don't think that necessity is there. I don't think we need to kill people to come up with new tech.
I wouldn't call it a necessity. I would just call it more of an inevitability, because I feel like as humans we get like, once we get comfortable, we get kind of stagnant. And so like the space race is a perfect example, because like the space race, once we got to the moon, or in this could just be my flawed understanding. Once we got to the moon, and like once we beat Russia to the moon, we kind of stopped caring. Everything else became maintenance and exploration.
Well, from the perspective of 2026, that doesn't make any sense at all, because the ISS has had a human, like a continuous human presence in orbit for something like 20 years now, and that project really got underway after, like in terms of like the amount that we spent on it, like a decade after the fall of the Soviet Union. The shuttle program was built in competition with the Soviet Union. I'll give you that. They had a shuttle program that didn't end up being successful, and we used the shuttle program to build the ISS. But once again, there's so much of space exploration. There's so much about putting satellites in orbit that has just been the result of, since the advent of the internet, specifically the need for private commercial telecommunications satellites, and that has done so much more for, you know, to get other companies getting into space. All these companies that launched satellites, including one owned by somebody I hate. There's a very conspicuous example of one such company that's owned by a person I fucking despise, but I can still acknowledge the fact that like SpaceX sending CubeSats into space for universities and stuff like that is good for the human development of technology. I would just also argue that if it wasn't Elon Musk, somebody else would be running that company. So
yeah. Well, no, but I think like what you said about like telecommunications and like GPS and stuff like that. Like I think that just goes towards maintenance. But I think like what put us up there wasn't as, what's the word I'm looking for? Evangelical, maybe, as we would like. I think we put that, like me personally, that's a conspiracy theory that I think that we put the ISS up there just to make sure that nobody else got past it. Like us as Americans, we put it up there. Say we put it up there for whatever reason we put it up there. But I feel like us as Americans, that's just our eye in the sky to make sure that people don't pass us.
No. So the problem with that is that you don't need humans on board a satellite for it to accomplish that. So we do have a shitload of spy satellites. In fact, I'm just going to get a random Trump dig in, which is that during his first term, he held up some satellite imagery that was not unclassified because it hadn't been blurred. So the world learned in real time how good our spy satellites are. And boy, howdy, can you tell if there's a piece of paper sitting in the back of a pickup truck. Whew. So Donald Trump let that one fucking slip from the Resolute desk. Whoopsie fucking daisy. But the ISS just doesn't serve that type of purpose, especially in consideration of the fact that its orbit doesn't align. Like its orbit is designed for continuous space presence. It's not an orbit that's designed to like do any of that work. We have like geostationary satellites that we can just park farther out in space and point them at one spot for that sort of thing. So like the idea of a conspicuous project like the ISS to accomplish that sort of military goal actually doesn't make any sense at all. A large network of other satellites makes sense, which we do have.
Yeah. Also, the ISS. Russians are on the ISS.
We do cooperate with Russia on the ISS to this day.
Yeah. I don't know if China has ever had a presence on there. But
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I know Japan has. I'm going to Google it. Countries that have participated with the ISS.
Yeah. So, I mean, as far as, I guess the, American dominance thing, Russia's was our primary adversary until, I don't know, probably the last 20-ish years. And so their cooperation on the ISS is mostly a kumbaya, everybody work together type thing.
Five principal agencies being NASA, Roscosmos, which is NASA's the NASA equivalent in Russia, CSA, the Canadian Space Agency, JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and then the ESA, which is a member conglomeration of 7 space agencies that exist throughout Europe. So, like, the ISS is I would argue that the ISS is the single greatest trophy of human cooperation that there is.
That's not the part that I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is, why did we put it up there in the first place?
Well, I think that there's a lot of benefit to continuous human presence in space, because a lot of the satellites that we have, like a lot of the experimental satellites that we have, aren't multi-purpose. They're sent up for an experiment and then they get used and done. But the idea of essentially just having a laboratory in space is something that scientists have been demanding forever, because there's this incredible thing that if you have an experiment where you're writing your thesis in a university about something that you think would happen according to the laws of physics under microgravity, you can appeal to NASA to have your experiment run on the ISS. That's what it's for. It's for growing plants in space as an experiment to see how we could maybe grow food on a long-term space journey. I'm just giving a couple of random examples, but for the most part, the day-to-day work of the ISS is the same sort of work you would find happening in the laboratory at any university. It's just that most laboratories don't have access to like microgravity. The only terrestrial examples of laboratories that do have access to some kind of microgravity are these long they'll take like an old retired smokestack and they'll create a launcher where you can put your experiment in this, standardized barrel size, and it'll shoot this thing up in this like a smokestack and let it under gravity reach the apex and fall back down. And then for the time when it's launched to the time when it crashes back down into the foam bucket, it has zero gravity, but you get like 10 seconds of airtime. Or, you can do the Vomit Comet, the modified 747 that flies in a parabolic arc to create the same effect for 3 or 4 minutes at a time, but you can't grow plants under those circumstances to study them. So it's like that question of like, how do we get lack of gravity in a laboratory to study these things? That's what the ISS is for more than anything else. And that is what most of the man hours on the ISS are spent doing, is running those sorts of experiments that are sent up by academics to figure out how quantum physics works under microgravity or those sorts of questions. I think that people who put like simplistic like explanations for why governments are motivated by these things maybe just like lack a little bit of perspective on how much work is being done by scientists and academics all the time to figure this stuff out. So they're very busy up there doing microgravity experiments.
Well, no, yeah. Like I said, like that's not the part that I'm doubting. What I don't know. I just have this attitude towards American ingenuity to where we don't really care about advancement unless we can get something out of it.
Sure. And my buddy Derek's in the chat pointing out that the astronauts themselves are a big focus of the experiment. It's like how just the idea of long-term human. There was this question of like, could we have long-term continuous occupancy of a spacecraft? And the answer is yes, because it has been uninterrupted for like, I don't even know what it is right now. It's like 20 years or something since the first astronauts went up and stayed up and overlapped with the next crew. Because there was a time where the ISS would be unoccupied between missions, but it's been since like 2004, 2005 or something like that there has always been 3 or 6 or 9 people on board. And that's a pretty incredible achievement for some of the things I'd like to see humanity achieve if we stop fucking pointing nuclear weapons at each other and actually got up to some cooler shit than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of agree with what Blue is saying. I think that the word you might have been looking for is urgency. I think that war serves as it gives a sense of urgency that is not necessarily there when it's peacetime, right? So it might compress the timeline for innovation because of a sense of urgency, right? So, I mean, like with the Cold War, for example, the space race, that wasn't necessarily, a war type situation, but it was us, flexing, right? It was the great adversarial, we're better than you type thing. And
right, and as soon as we won, we pulled away.
Well, I mean, Sort of. I mean, like, I understand what you mean. NASA's budget was reduced after we made it to the moon. They were basically given unlimited budget to get us there. And then we went back.
Well, go ahead. I was just going to say that you can say that, like, you know, the budget gets decreased when there isn't some wartime reason for funding NASA, but that would leave me wondering, hey, maybe if we didn't need a war as an excuse to increase NASA's budget, they'd get up to some cool stuff anyway, maybe?
Fully agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's wild because, like, if you go back and look at into the Cold War, there was this concept called like a peace dividend. So, you know, turning swords into plowshares, that type of stuff, because of how much money we spent on our military. And once the Cold War's over, oh, well, hey, we don't need to be spending this much money. I think it was like during the Cold War it was 5% of our GDP, something like that. Now it's closer to 3, maybe 4. And so it was all this talk about, you know, okay, well, where do we take this money? Like, where can we spend this instead? Unfortunately, that kind of got chipped away over time by Republicans who just said, let's just cut taxes, just keep cutting taxes and just reduce the actual revenue pool. And so, yeah, I'm all for dumping tons of money into any type of science adjacent thing that the government does.
I feel like it's the only right answer. I feel like it's the only right answer. We're like as the population grows and as our technology grows, we're fucking this planet up. Like we gotta figure out somewhere else to go eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I think like longer than any of our lifespans, that's something that we can, you know, if we're gonna be that forward thinking about humans on Earth, that's valuable. Derek again is pointing out in the chat that like China is outpacing us on some of the accomplishments that we're not doing with our federal program, NASA. We're doing with like private entities like SpaceX. And again, we could have avoided that by, instead of pulling the rug on NASA, said like, hey, like, we keep funding NASA like fucking crazy when we need it for military purposes. How about we just like do that all the time? I'm perfectly happy to even say that like Donald Trump establishing the Space Force was, I think, probably quite reasonable. We just need to, you know, other countries are doing it. If we have all these different, you know, domains, if we have the Navy on the sea, if we have the Air Force in the air, if we have the military on the ground, like, yeah, let's put the Space Force in space, right? It's going to start mattering. You know, if we fight World War III at some point in the 21st century, I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that, like, that, you know, satellites and or, you know, orbiting capsules that contain, I guess they'd be soldier astronauts, like that sort of thing is not that outlandish to think would happen in, you know, I'm 31. It's not impossible for me to imagine that happening in my lifetime. So I think it's you know, it's a demonstration of the way that the politics of a country like the United States will often be short-sighted, because if we want to invest billions of dollars in something that we might not see benefit for decades, which is often the case with a project like the ISS, it's really fucking hard to sell that to the taxpayer. But if we actually just look at the sorts of accomplishments that have been caused by projects like the ISS and the ways that they affect our everyday life in such beneficial ways, then it becomes much easier to sell that to the taxpayer. But to do any of that sort of selling to the taxpayer, we all kind of need to be in a political climate of actually trying to use the taxpayer money for like the good of humanity.
No, yeah, definitely. We're not going to get anywhere if we're fighting each other. Yeah.
Right. So that's why I don't even fucking sit here and soapbox about NASA very much, even though, you know, a bunch of my viewers just learned that I cared this much about the space program. It's just not the fucking priority right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, but I do have to agree. I do have to disagree when I say that we don't think that we're going to see it in this lifetime. I think like with the exponential growth of technology, like we're supposed to hit the singularity in 2045, if you know what that is.
Wait. When you say that you're disagreeing that we're not going to see it in this lifetime, what is it in that sentence? What is it we're not going to see?
The need to start, like, the scarcity getting to a point where we're going to have to start thinking about either leaving the country or heavily increasing our synthetic production.
You mean leaving the planet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that dreadful an outlook on the 21st century. I think the math suggests that it's unlikely for the human population on Earth to get, if it gets bigger than 10 billion, it won't be by much. and the people who study it are reasonably sure that the 2 billion people we don't have yet are, I mean, there's definitely going to be more poverty in rapidly growing countries like India that haven't caught up on HDI and haven't started, slowing their birth rate yet. Like, there's going to be suffering as a result of population growth on Earth. But the idea that there isn't room for a few more of us is technically wrong. There is. What we need to do is solve inequality, because we don't have a scarcity problem. We have an inequality problem. That's fundamentally the issue. So the question mark of whether or not we need to abandon the Earth and move on, for me, is made obvious when we consider the fact that solving equality on Earth is going to be way fucking easier than moving humanity to Mars. But we might fuck up Earth if we don't recognize that and have the foresight to address the issue before it's too late.
Yeah, that second part is kind of how I feel about it. Like, yeah, we can work on that, on the former, but I feel like the latter is going to catch up to us faster than we can predict for it.
I actually just think, yeah, I'm less confident about what's going to happen over the next 100 years. I think that there's been periods, both globally and domestically, that we can look at and go, wow, for 30 years, it was pretty much getting better. For 50 years, it was pretty much getting better. There's a lot of horrible history in the time between the Civil War and the First World War. Like, there's a lot of history in there that we can be regrettable of. That was the period when Americans had to learn that we weren't gonna, we can't enslave these people anymore. How are we going to treat them? So we learn about a lot of the mistreatment of African Americans during that time. But objectively, the country that we had at the onset of World War I compared to the one that we had at the end of World War or the Civil War, even if we're going to put a bumper on it and just say, all right, let's start in 1870, 1875 to say that not right after the war was done, the accomplishments that happened that weren't driven by warfare during that time were really remarkable. The industrial era is such a demonstration of the fact that we as a country can grow simply for prosperity's sake. And if we have a period like that at some point in the 21st century, I think it would prove you wrong about your pessimism about humans on Earth by the end of the 21st century. We just need to elect somebody other than Donald Trump and fix the politics in the country, all the other things that we were just talking about being the longitudinal issues that we have to deal with in the next 10, 20, or 30 years, both in the country and on the planet. But I don't think it's outlandish to suggest that we will figure some of that stuff out and find ourselves living with much less scarcity and much less inequity on the Earth than we currently do.
Right.
It's a concern. Your concern is a legitimate one. I just don't have the sort of confidence you do about it.
Well, one of the main things that puts me in this we need to do something now. Have you ever heard of the singularity?
Yeah.
I think it's 2045. It could have been moved up or back. 2045 is when
according to whom?
I actually don't have a source for that. I can look that up right now.
Well, my whole thing is that it's the singularity, this idea that technology is going to advance to a point where it just takes off and takes control of everything, and AI is so super intelligent that it does the work of designing all everything, that whole thing. And then of course whether or not such technology would actually be good or bad for us, that's kind of this turning point of the singularity, right? Am I getting on the right thing? A lot of people refer to the singularity as different things. Is that what we're talking about? That's
more or less, yeah. So 2045 is supposed to be the point where AI gets to a point where we can't.
So that's the part of this that makes me not interested in what your source is, because any source that tells you about some gigantic sea change in human history that's going to happen in any particular year, whether it's this year, next year, or exactly 19 years from now, anybody who tries to sell you that type of certainty is selling you bullshit. I would say that'll happen in 50 years. Minus 50 to plus 250 years. That would be the time span I'd put on that, because I just don't fucking know, right? That number being even if we said I think by the 2040s we'll figure that out, that type of estimate could be changed by decades, by World War III starting, or by another pandemic happening, or by any number of these sorts of things, or by the wrong country getting general intelligence in AI sooner, or I don't know, a lot of people say that there are countries that have it that haven't released it yet. They've managed to keep it in the sandbox and they're using it against our will, and we don't even know the type of espionage they're up to yet. All these tinfoil hat type theories that if somebody's going to figure out AI, it could be some asshole somewhere before somebody at DARPA here or whatever. So yeah, I just think that when you say that there's an estimate that we're going to reach the singularity in 2045, that is a harebrained, pulled out of somebody's ass type estimate. There's no back of the envelope math that'll give you that type of precision about such a major change.
Just the exponential growth of technology, where we were 20 years ago versus where we are now. The exponential growth of technology.
So the exponential growth of technology that we've been talking about pretty much for, certainly the living memories of everybody on the panel is Moore's law, which has to do with the fact that the computational capability of any particular size computer, whether it's the average, personal computer, whether it's the average cell phone, if we're talking about smartphones, if we're talking about the average data center, measured in teraflop hours or some other quantifiable measure of computational power, historically has doubled about every 2 years, which is exponential and is crazy. But newsflash, everybody, it's not a newsflash. It was like 10 years ago. Moore's law is over. We've been making transistors so very small that we can't really make them any smaller with the conventional germanium and other types of transistors that we put in our technology without bumping into the resolution that we're dealing with, which is the atoms that these micro devices are made out of. We make transistors so small to put billions of them in your iPhone that we can't make them smaller because there aren't enough atoms wide for the electrons to flow along the trace. Like we just have, it's like if you're trying to shrink down a Lego building, you just get to a point where you're like, all right, I made a circle out of Lego bricks as small as possible. There's technically a space in the middle for the room that I'm building. I can't make it any smaller with the Lego bricks I have. And because we've run into that in manufacturing with conventional transistors, Moore's law, as we have known it since the 70s, is just over, which is why if you look at the actual hardware that's being shipped by companies like Intel and Nvidia that make the technology that is now limited by the lack of resolution available in conventional electronic transistors that we've been using in computers since the 60s, you find that the actual dies are just getting bigger. like instead, because we can't make the transistors any smaller. It used to be that the die on an Nvidia card was that big. Now it's that big. Now you buy a Ryzen CPU and it looks like a fucking silver platter that you'd get at a cafeteria. It's crazy because they can build out. They can't really build up because of the thermodynamics of it, because the heat trapped in the middle would be a problem. So we just keep building them out, and that gives us a little bit more room for growth. And that's why we're seeing these big, enormous data centers. It's because the fundamental technology that has fueled the acceleration of computational power doubling exponentially every 2 years, that we've just run into a physics boundary on that where it has to stop. So we're looking at technologies like quantum computing and things like that that might break us out of this pattern of really just having to throw more money and time and space and energy and data center square footage at the problem of getting more teraflop hours. So to suggest that just anybody who tells you the singularity is going to happen in 2025 or 2045 is basically telling you that they have solved the problem I just described and they know how long it's going to take, which is insane.
That makes sense.
It's kind of like one other thing, because I'm a big proponent of nuclear power.
Me too.
And people, there's a joke in nuclear physics, or I guess nuclear powered, whatever, that fusion is 10 years away. And it's been 10 years away for the last, 50 something years, ever since fusion was really, I guess, mastered.
Kind of like Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, pretty much. Fusion is one of those things where, 10 years, given where we are at any point in time, sounds far enough out, sounds long enough out that, okay, yeah, we just got like a few more hurdles, and 10 years, 15 years sounds about right. And so it's just guesstimates, right? Spoiler, we have not managed to do fusion in the promised way yet. We haven't achieved it.
Well, and like the chat is like whether we're talking about like energy limitations for a lot of the technology that we want, which might be solved by fusion technology. Like the chat is throwing out other ways we can get around Moore's law. Biotechnology has the capability of building microstructures that are more complicated and computationally capable than the traditional transistors I was just talking about. Like there's other ways to break out of this issue that we've run into with Moore's laws. It's just the uncertainty around it that I think makes it like, just don't trust anybody who tells you that they think they have any idea of how technology is going to go in the next 10 or 20 years. Because with fusion technology, it was a few years ago that I think in France they had that experiment where they had like a net positive fusion reaction where, like, technically speaking, the amount of energy it took to get the fusion reaction going was less than the amount that it outputted. Now, we are talking about a very small amount of energy in a building where the lights being turned on in the building used more energy that day than was made by a lot, but it's a proof of concept that the system, can actually work in the same way that it was a proof of concept the first time a combustion engine moved something, even if it didn't do it very efficiently, and even if it took so much work to accomplish it that it didn't actually wasn't useful, the work that it accomplished by moving the thing. It's just that proof of concept. And I cried. That was a day where I sat down and bored my significant other with how excited I was about this random little science news story, because I was like, this is the proof of concept that tells me we might solve energy scarcity in the next few decades, which would be really exciting, because if we look at the sort of technologies, ray guns and supercomputers and all the stuff that we see in science fiction, there's two problems, and one, it's energy density and energy availability that make a bunch of them really, really hard. We can build jetpacks. We don't have a way to store fuel that doesn't weigh so much that jetpacks are useless. We can build electric planes. We're good enough at electric motors and stuff, but we just don't have a way to store the energy on the plane that doesn't weigh so much that it's not sensible to do, which is why I think that it's less likely that we're going to have electric jumbo jets. It's more likely that we're going to have conventional fuel jumbo jets and systems for scraping the CO2 they manufacture out of the atmosphere as a cost that we would pass on to the airlines or something like that. That just because of the physics problem involved. So energy density for how much energy you can pack into a device for it to use, and then energy availability, where a lot of these, we're seeing that now with data centers, where one of the big costs is the electricity itself, and that's an issue of energy availability that would be solved completely by the type of technology that we're promised from nuclear fusion, as opposed to nuclear fission reactions, which is what conventional nuclear power is right now, which also just comes with some other problems like nuclear waste that we have to store forever, which is why any reasonable person who considers themselves a tree huggers but isn't necessarily against nuclear power of the conventional variety also just has to know that it's a stopgap, because we can't just keep storing wasted nuclear fuel forever, literally forever, because it's going to be dangerous for astronomically long periods of time. But yeah, it's just such an uncertain playing field is kind of my bottom line on all of this, that it's important for us to look at it and assess the potential ways out of this. And going back to what we were talking about that got us here in the first place, I just wish that we had an electorate that was more interested in voting for politicians who would be like, hey, maybe some of that waste, fraud, and abuse that we're going to get rid of to make some budget in the government, maybe we can spend some of those billions of dollars giving us insurance against the future by making sure we're on the cutting edge of some of this stuff. And I think the AI bros are harebrained to think that that's what they're doing by focusing on this one particular type of technology instead of trying to break out of the Moore's Law issue and solve energy density and scarcity issues that are more important in terms of the rapid technological growth we can expect to see throughout the rest of the 21st century. So it's complicated.
Very much so. And I like how you were able to bring all that right back around to politics. You're good at what you do, man.
Appreciate you. I'm kind of sitting here juggling the things I gotta come back to the taxpayer by 2:00, and it's 1:59.
And I will say it is very. I see, because I watch the show every day. Like I said, I might work while you're on usually. I see how easy it is to start the Gish Gallop. Because you had said something about the Civil War. I had a thought about the Civil War. It immediately wanted to jump on it. I had to mute myself to do it.
Yeah, well, the Gish Gallop is the Gish Gallop isn't always on purpose. Sometimes there is just a thing where it's oh, you just said something that gives me 3 questions. Time's fucking one-dimensional, though, so I got to write them down. And sometimes I have to do the work of that as host, where I'm all right, nope, there's 2 big problems with that. I'm going to fucking file away problem number 2, because it's going to take us 5 or 10 minutes to get on problem 1. And it is always fun kind of hearing the tone of voice of the caller, where I go back to problem 2 and you can just hear they're oh, fuck, he didn't let it go. And it's nope, I told you we'd swing back to it. Here we fucking are. Sometimes it's the producer who's sitting in the chair over there. I'm alone in the studio today, but sometimes it's Jessie or Raven typing into the text box on the screen in front of me, don't forget to bring this back up. You said you would 3 minutes ago. And I'm yep. That's what I pay the staff for.
All right, man. Yeah, fuck. I don't want to take too much more of your time, man. I've taken up a lot, man. I appreciate you for letting me on here.
Oh, no, I appreciate it very much. I'll let you down. And it's been a little while since we've had a proper friendly time at the end of an episode. So I'm actually glad I stuck out the longer show. I got a debate that kept me going longer, and then I got to invite Nemo up, and I'm so excited to have you up. I've been thinking about having you on the show for a while.
I'm excited to be here. People kept saying, Nemo, you've got to go on when Oscar's on, and the schedule's really don't line up because normally
Sure.
I'm asleep at this time. But yeah. So
well, I'll tell you, as a friend of the show, like the general policy is that if you see an issue being talked about on this show that you think you have an important word in edgewise, I trust you, Nemo, with co-hosting my show. So the only thing that you need to do to say, hey, Oscar, I have a word in edgewise if you want me on the show is just hop in that queue, and I'll either let you in or I won't. There's often a handful of people who are experts on issues or just trusted co-hosts just sitting there waiting to be let in. Sometimes I let them in, sometimes I don't. Everybody knows it's just saying, hey, Oscar, I'm here if you need me, and I'll won't always let you up, but I'll always be happy to see your name in the queue.
I got you. Yeah, anything history related. That's
You've got some deep wells of knowledge that are just fucking potholes for me. So like, there's definitely some stuff where if we get talking on something that you've got that type of expertise, I'd love to have you up. So I always say it's not the caller versus me, it's the caller's claims versus the truth, and I and whoever else is on the panel are the vessels, and I'm trying to build a thing where it's bigger than me because it's not about what I can refute, it's about what is worth refuting. So I appreciate the help from wherever I can get it from trusted parties, and I've spent, like I said, I've spent a lot of time watching you on panels, and you bring a lot to a lot of shows, including your own, of course.
I appreciate that. That's
so
awesome.
Everybody should be following Nemo before I kick him for the algorithm and wrap the show.
Yeah, by all means, you can kick me. It's cool.
Goodbye, Nemo. That's exciting. I really was excited when I found out that Nemo wanted to come on. Thank you very much, Bobby. I know I took a moment enjoying the friendly call, so I didn't really look at the donations, but I kind of feel bad grifting like that when I'm just like hanging with, friends new and old. $12 from Bobby to say, love the show, like the way you run it, and it's becoming my favorite debate live. Thanks for never letting cowards weasel out of their horrific beliefs. That's the thing, right? Like that thing I was just saying about holding on to the thread. Like sometimes it is like some fucked up shit that they like said that I like, where it's like so many fucked up things where it's like, oh fuck, I really need to juggle this and make sure that I don't lose any of these crazy things. Katie became a member over on Patreon for $5. Thanks for that. And let's just check the other pay links. I need to figure out how to put them all on one screen. It's too many apps that I need to check. Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon, or YouTube Super Chat, where they have piled up because 10,000 Seconds sent $5 to say, I dropped what I wrote about election fraud in the Discord that I mentioned. Let me know your thoughts when you can, jumping off for now. Will do. Thank you for the $5 if you catch this later. Kronos for the $2. W Baby Plane in the chat. Also, is Jessie alive? I'll check on her. I did check on her on my way in. She's sleeping in the other room. So I'll announce it if she has died. If you don't hear an announcement, then she's okay. She was up late last night. Lover of Life sent $2 to say, W Oscar, he's invited to the barbecue debate space. By the way, for everybody, Jessie's not sleeping through the job. This was her day off planned, so she just isn't working today. Raven was supposed to be in, but Raven's under the weather. So we shall all say, get well, Raven, in the chat. Who's here? I'll accept her in. Oh, did she disappear? There she is. Are you feeling better, Raven? How you feeling?
Probably a good thing I didn't come back in. I'm not feeling the greatest today. But I did want to comment real quick if you've got time on the Space Force.
Yeah, after I read the $5 message from Kronos that said, calls on tech, TT on tech, YouTube is on suppositories. I think our priorities are best here on YouTube, LOL. Crazy stuff happening in the chat today. But yeah, let's hear your thoughts on Space Force.
So the Space Force was just a arm of the Air Force that Trump just took and renamed it so that he could have his name on the Space Force.
Oh, that's lame. I didn't know that.
It was the Air Force Space Command or whatever that he just literally took and rebranded, which at the time that I was a veteran, I was a chud. So I was really disappointed that my ICBMs didn't get reclassified into the Space Force.
Oh yeah, they are kind of technically space vessels because they do the whole parabolic arc thing.
A little bit of the history of like why that is relevant is Air Force is actually more of a space force at the moment. Anyways, we deal with like more technology and satellites and stuff, whereas actual Air Force is the Navy now.
You could have a long argument with my girlfriend about that. I believe I will watch and sip a beer when that argument happens.
I'm not obviously saying the Navy only does air like force.
Well, she's Navy and she's got her opinions about the Air Force, which I'm an aviation dork, so she and I argue about aviators.
There's a reason they call us the Chair Force is because we're manning our satellites and our ICBMs. Like there's legitimacy to the chair force accusation. I'll give him that.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else before I let you go?
That's about it. Love you, chat.
Feel better, Raven. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out on this Thursday. Saturday, probably not going to have a debate show. Probably just going to have live streams on my YouTube only so that we don't get in trouble for platforming fucking Jake Lang, who we're going to do a good job to platform in a way that shows that he's a hateful piece of shit. Gonna try to stand up for the community and that he's coming to fucking bother. So look forward to that. Or, hope that goes. I don't know how to talk about it. It's fucking nightmares that he's doing that. But I'll be there, is what I'm trying to say. Thanks for the donations today. Catch me tomorrow, 10 o'clock Central Time on YouTube and TikTok, and sooner rather than later, Twitch. Gonna try to keep expanding. That's important to me. And who are we sending everybody to? Go say hi to Jacob.Ekman. I'm going to put his @ in the thing. We got Jacob.Ekman. Been switching between him and Little Sao Pal lately. Got him in the chat. Jacob Ekman. Go check him out. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Goodbye, TikTok. Go raid Jacob. And goodbye, YouTube.